Alright, here we are. I'm trying to get my stream setup all worked out here. Haven't used this in this version at least on a week or so now. So, yeah, just trying to get these things to work here. So I'm turning my camera on so you can see me. I'm still messing with things a little bit. So, if I come in and out of frame, don't worry, don't panic. I'm just moving things around, okay? So I'll be here. Just chill for a second or so. But good to see Jermaine Willen. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream, to the chat. We're doing our Nuzlocke challenge today, and I don't think you were here for the first episode of it. In order to do this, first of all, you like my Nuzlocke setup? I made it myself in Photoshop actually, and it's it was a process, but it wasn't too hard. And so I had well, that's unfortunately I was getting unfortunately that's what I'm getting into. Streamlabs is not nearly as capable. I used to use Streamlabs a lot in the past. I'll start with saying that. But in when I did this, we did this originally with my sister. We used Streamlabs. However, we then went and tried out Prism Labs, or whatever it is, Prism Studio Editor. Found we loved that infinitely more, and we've been using that pretty much ever since. So, however, as I'm using this, you see my little Nuzlocke thing. The cool thing I have here, let me see if I can access it for a moment just to show. So my game I'm playing here, the cool thing is that I have this little setup in the bottom that will go and react to my Pokemon as I move them around. So it's essentially a little bit of coding through a software called PokeLink. But it's pretty cool that I can go and essentially it will actively change my team. This is the biggest thing that probably slowed me down when I tried to Nuzlocke before on stream, was that trying to change the sprites, updating them as you go, keeping track of like levels and stuff like that. So I have this cool software that goes and tracks my Pokemon as they get into my team, as I move them around, as they level up, so on and so forth. Great thing. However, the tutorial I watched only did it with Streamlabs, and I wasn't really sure how to get the technology to work in other software, and I didn't want to go, yeah, yeah, Ash, I remember him. I didn't really want to go into any extensive detail on, extensive research, I mean, into figuring out how to get it to work, otherwise. How did I do this last time? I'm trying to remember how I did this last time. I don't have my sister here either. She was helping me with tech last time, so just kind of hang tight. I mean, things gonna jostle a little bit while I try and remember where exactly I put my how I did this last time. Anyway, but so using that software is really like it just makes it look so much better. And honestly, there is a huge identity. Like I've always wanted to do Pokemon Nuzlocke. I've always wanted to, let's see, there we go. I've always wanted to do Pokemon Nuzlocke. I've always wanted to, because I love running the challenges myself, and, come on, sorry, I'm messing with my computer as I try and speak here. I always love doing Pokemon Nuzlocke, and I know there is a, come on. Stay on that screen. I'm trying to get so I can play my game and see the chat at the same time. And my thing's just like, are you sure you want to be on that screen? I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure. Pretty dang sure that's where I want my screen to be. There we go. Now I can see you guys while I'm playing my game. That's the other thing is that I'm playing in order to also oh well, I've also been having a bit of a week too, so we can commiserate together. But just be aware, I'll glance up when I can. But in order to use the software also, I'm using it through an animation software. So, I mean, you know, games came from a legal place. I will say that. I do actually own these games, just have to do it through the emulation software in order to use this thing in the background here. But, okay, now it's back. Yeah, I've been having a day too, for a couple of reasons. Feel free to commiserate in the chat. I'm gonna try and manage these things from my end. Again, I'm just not used to using the software, so kind of messing around with it. I have it, like, functional, but just, like, barely above functional, mind you. Like, not necessarily doing anything particularly, outstanding with it, that's for sure. Come on, work with me here. Also, like, I don't like the way Streamlabs is set up. It makes its thing very hard to look at, and, like, even just scrolling through the chat is kind of a pain in the butt to try and mess with. And I'm like, so we're gonna have the tag be autistic spelled wrong right now, because I can't even figure out where the heck to go to change the tags. I can't believe for, like, a while we used Streamlabs as, like, our main source of streaming software, because I'm trying to just navigate it right now and I can't find out where the heck anything is. So we're just gonna have to deal with a misspelled tag for now. I'll apologize, but then again, I'm also kind of apologizing to myself because I also be the autistic. So, anyway, point being, we're getting started. I've had a lot, I kind of trying for a few days, not for any particular reason, I'm just kind of in a mood. You gain kind of those depression funks and you're just like trying to figure out how to keep going and keep moving on. So, another thing, can you hear the game audio? I'll be happy to answer that in a second, but for, since you're my main viewer right now, can you hear the game audio? I can't hear it from my end, but that's also because I'm not plugged in to the, to any speakers, so I can't hear it anyway. But, yeah, game audio is coming in good? Okay, good. Kung Fu Panda. Gosh. Maybe, well, do you hear these little noises as I move around these different menu options? I don't have it, yeah, then you're good. I don't have any music playing in the background. This is purely just the game. I think probably, gosh. I really like 2, but I also think 1 is I don't remember where I'm going. I think 1 is the stronger of the 2, movies, because it's the one that sets things up. 2 is it's like Shrek 2, where it's a great sequel that, you know, granted, it needs the existence of the first movie in order to exist. And I think the 1 is a better standalone thing, but I think 2 is a really good one, too. It does a lot with really good storytelling. It has, I think, arguably the better villain of the 2 in terms of villainy, I guess. And I like it better when, like, you know, the first movie has kind of the whole, like, you know, you're waiting for them all to get together and realize their potential. I think 2 is a great sequel. Here's my rival. Anyway, before we continue on that, for those who know or don't know in the chat, I'm doing a Pokemon Nuzlocke. That means that I'm going to try and complete the game, and if any Pokemon faint, they die, and I can't use them anymore, and I have to get through the game without running out of Pokemon. So, you can see in the bottom corner is who I have right now. I have to also name everything I get. So, right now, we're going into this, to the dream right here. I think I'm supposed to collect some item from here. I just got my first badge. It was actually a very close call. But, look, there's a Muna. Nice. You're so cute. I got a soft spot for Muna. I raised one in my last, Nuzlocke. I was actually lucky enough. I don't think I'm gonna Poe. I can name one Poe. Actually, no. I was gonna say that I found a Pancham, but Pancham's Gen 6. I would definitely name a Pancham Poe, because they're pandas and they're Kung Fu warriors. But let's see what I get next. So now we're facing Team Galactic here. I do have, actually, I had Hamilton was my starter, and I had Angelica and Eliza, you know, from the musical, Hamilton. Unfortunately, Eliza died. I've already, as you can see my death count, I already have one dead. Oddly enough, for my, exactly. And so, I have, for my rival standing next to me, actually, she jumped me right before I got into save. My entire team was damaged, and, good job. You do know all the references. You know better than I do. She jumped me before I got to the city, and my Pokemon were all, like, injured, and so, she killed my pet rat, Eliza. So I already have one death. But I didn't expect it was gonna last that long anyway. So anyway, now this is Team Plasma. In our last episode, aka the last town, we saw Team Plasma doing, like, you know, some sort of, like, pep rally thing about Pokemon liberation, so we saw them briefly, we talked to our Pokemon, and we parted ways. So I like we're having we're having these questions, and this Moon is just sitting right here. Like we're trainers too, but we're fighting for a different reason. We're fighting for the freedom of Pokemon as I continue to kick this one. Death funny, yeah. I didn't expect her to last very long. Patrat's not a great one. I really would have liked a Lillipup. Lillipup's a pretty good early route Pokemon, and I've not run into a Lillipup yet. In fact, when I did this, I tried to play through Pokemon White once as a for Nuzlocke, and I actually lost my starter very early on. So I actually had a Lillipup essentially as my starter for that run because okay, we're gonna try and attack with this. Angelica, I'm trying to get up to level 10 and hopefully get her to learn her Dark move. But she's been taking damage really easily, so she keeps switching out for my other Pokemon. So we're gonna have her attack. Oh crap. That's gonna hurt. We're gonna do this, and hopefully she doesn't die. Bide is like, I typically use the DS Lite. We're gonna do this, and hopefully, so, go ahead, take your bets right now. Is she gonna die from this attack? Let me tell you, I have so much fear of the move Bide in this game, because I lost so many Pokemon in my first time when I did a White Nuzlocke. I didn't ever finish it, because I think I lost the cartridge. But, like, when I first did a White Nuzlocke, yeah. Whoa. She held on there. Look at her, she's at 1 HP, oh my gosh. Okay, well, we gotta switch her out. She toughed that out. I mean, that's pretty epic right there. Let's switch Matcha in. I just got Matcha, right before the last gym. I believe Ixie named him. Well, the thing is that I'll suffer if I lose too many Pokemon early on. I've definitely done that before. But anyway, I lost so many Pokemon in my first run to Bide because it can be a surprisingly devastating move. At early levels, when you don't have when your Pokemon aren't very powerful, like, Bide is a total killer. Because you can't defeat the opponent, because again, you're at the early games of levels, everything has like Scratch or Protect. I mean, not Scratch or Tackle or whatever, like not very powerful moves. So usually it can take 2 or 3 hits to take an opponent. Bide takes damage for 2 turns and then unleashes double the damage on the 3rd turn. So if you can't take out that Pokemon those first 2 turns, that damage is going to be more than enough to knock your Pokemon out. So that's how I lost my starter my first playthrough. His name was Armin. He was an Oshawott. That's also how I lost a Purloin in that game. I also lost a Roggenrola. I think his name was Cisco or something like that. Like a rock type, which resists normal type damage like Bide. Oh, I love naming references. I'll explain that in a second here. Okay. We're gonna have to switch Angelica out immediately because she's at 1 HP. But, I'm sure it'll be fine. But, a rock type. I lost a Roggenrola from full HP because it took a full powered bide. I won't get a Charmander in this game because Black and White uniquely do have only the regional Pokédex, so we're only going to have Unova Pokemon available, which is actually kind of one of the reasons why I like Unova so much. I like the fact that it did force you to use the new Pokemon. You can't just rely on, oh, hey, I love using Pidgey, I love using Caterpie, or I love using Pikachu. It's like, no, it's like, you had to use the new Pokemon. You had to learn how to use the new Pokemon. That's why it's the game I probably know the most about and the one I enjoy the most, because it is, it really forces you to be immersed in the world. Well, I mean, that is fair. You can have your favorites. I'm just saying we won't run into a Charmander in this game. At least not until, like, way past post-game. But, it's something I wish that more of the newer games would do, is leave you in a region where, like, oh, I can't, anyone who says prove me wrong is naturally is kind of almost asking you to be a fool, because anyone who says prove me wrong already has their heels dug in and will not be proven wrong, essentially. So saying that as being like, prove me wrong. Well, I mean, that's you clearly already have drawn your line in the sand. I think Charmander's fine. It is the one I chose when I played through Kanto. I chose Charmander the first time, and when I played through Fire Red, really liked. Oh, yay, Angelica leveled up. Good for her. And he goes back to kicking the Munna. Gosh dang it. I usually take the Fire-type starter in most, and there's Ghetsis. He was the leader of Team Plasma in the last area. Now he's teleporting around, it's creepy. So they run for it. And it's because there's a Musharna who came to help us. I did have a, so I usually take the Fire-type starter in most generations. Like, my first game I ever played was, Crystal, and I chose Cyndaquil. It was hard, too. I mean, I originally wanted to go for Chikorita, but I'm like, I thought Cyndaquil was cool because it was on fire. Anyway. I'm trying to get through all the dialogue so I can just, go back to, like, training. Yeah, this is the lady who went in and told me to, hey, can you go find some Munnas? So she gets the item she's looking for. So, like, and, let's see. Like, in this one in particular, I don't have any preference, really, for the starters in this game. I chose Tepig this because Fire-type is usually a good bet. I've raised Chimchar, I've raised Litten, I've raised, Scorbunny, I've raised, Fennekin. Fennekin was my choice in, Kalos. Gen 3. Gen 3 I chose Mudkip. My sister chose Torchic. We've brought before, when the two of us play games, we tend to choose different Pokemon so we can trade them. Like, whatever I choose would be the other one, and, like, I originally was going to get Chimchar my first playthrough of Diamond and Pearl, but I decided to go with Piplup instead. I really love Empoleon. It's really cool to have a Steel-type as a starter. Okay, we are going to come back to catch our first encounter with this route in a minute, but I'm not going to take a risk. Angelica barely survived that thing as is. I'm so glad she toughed that out, honestly. She has a negative defense nature, mind you, so she takes more damage than normal from attacks. I think it was only that growl that literally, like, lowering the opponent's attack was literally the only thing that saved her, and we got a lucky low roll that she survived that. So I'm like, I don't know, I wasn't betting on her, I didn't think she was going to get very far, but maybe she'll make it. I'm kind of rooting for her a little bit more now. Anyway, so, biggest thing with Charmander is, like, I like it in the sprites. When it went to 3D, it just kind of made me notice how bald it is. And also, Again, same thing with Charizard. Charizard's great. I have raised one. In fact, I've raised a couple. Because I also did choose it when I was in Kalos, and you get the free, Kanto starter. The problem with Charizard is the same problem that kind of was with Gengar, is with, you know, Mewtwo. It's overblown. There's so much favoritism, and even Greninja as well. It's so used at this point that people are kind of just getting sick of it for the sake of it. You know, like, this thing, if you see it everywhere, then it becomes less special. You know? So I do like Charmander. I do like Charizard. It was the starter I chose in that particular region. We're gonna save here too. Before I forget, because I always forget to save. We have, let's see. And out of all, like, the starters, I like Charizard. It has a nasty 4x rock weakness, though. Rock types are plentiful, as are water types, so sometimes you want something that can give you a little bit of help in that regards. So, I always liked Typhlosion more in terms of, like, starters, but I like Charizard because it was a dragon, you know? I definitely did like Charizard a lot. Pokeball, yay! You can hear dogs in the background. That's because I think someone just came in to my house, and my dogs are loud. Okay, so that's a Purloin, so we can skip that encounter, because I'm playing with the Dupe's Claws. So if I encounter a Pokemon that's something I already have currently, I can reroll the encounter for the next one. So we're gonna defeat this, and then see if we can get a different encounter. Because I do remember the first time I played through this game in my White Nuzlocke, I was lucky enough to get a Munna, which is nice to have an early game Psychic type. It's also a fairly defensive Pokemon, so it can be pretty useful. I was also very unlucky in that game because I lost a lot of Pokemon again through unlucky bides. So I think I went into the Bug-type gym with literally 3 Pokemon. 2 of which were weak to Bug. So it was like, literally I had like just really trained up everything I had in my teams. I think I didn't have anything that was effective. I had a Herdier, I had a Munna, and I think I had, what did I have? Oh, what else did I have? Something else that wasn't very powerful. It wasn't anything that was type effective either. I might have had Panpour. Or maybe a Pans. No, I didn't have a Pans. I don't think I had a Pansear. I might have had a Pansear. I can't remember. Point was I had 3 Pokemon. I was going into a Bug-type gym, and one Pokemon I had was there, so I had like really no rooms for losing. In that run, I was running more of a challenge run where I was like, okay, I'm not going to use any healing items because I had gone through Pokemon Heart Gold. And I'm like, oh, that wasn't too hard. So I was like, I was feeling bold and stuff like that, and I was like, let me pull on another restriction I made so like I couldn't use healing items in battle. And that made the run infinitely harder, also because, again, Black and White has a limited Pokedex, so it means you have less Pokemon to choose from, and also, you know, they have some pretty tough early game things to deal with, namely Pokemon that have Bide. So it became quite challenging right off the bat, so I'm not doing any of those sort of things this run. I'm running just a pure vanilla Pokemon Nuzlocke here, but, we're gonna see how well that goes. And I'm just looking around to see if we got any things here, and then I'm gonna try and get a better encounter here. Get my encounter for the Dream Yard. Okay, Patrat, that's fine. Oh, I forgot I was going to switch around for Matcha. See, there's Bide right there. But we should be able to defeat this guy before he can release that energy. Alright, defeated that one. So, yeah. Could have captured that, decided not to. Just because on the off chance that the Pokeball wouldn't have caught, that would have definitely killed my starter. So, let me look it up. I don't even know what encounters are possible in this area. If there's nothing I can catch that I don't already have, I'll just move on from this area. See, we're in the Dream Yard, Pokemon Black, Dream Yard. I'm looking things up on my phone because, try not to open up anything unnecessary on my computer so that my thing doesn't crash randomly. I don't think there's anything of interest here, but I am going to, as long as we're here, switch these two around. Try and give Matcha another level. If I can. I don't know if this is the game where they introduced Shaking Grass or not, but... I'm just going to see if I can get... a little bit more experience from Matcha here. Well, I just added to my team. Pokemon Sword, you say you have a bunch of legendaries. I don't know, to address the first one, versions of Charizard are OP. Charizard in its current state is not, unfortunately, because of that pesky 4x rock weakness. But, you know, back in the era of Mega Evolutions, actually Charizard, yeah, was very capable. I love me, like, a lot of people would prefer to go with Charizard X because of the dragon typing, but I like Charizard Y, actually, a lot, because, I loved its big wings. So I did really like me some Charizard Y. Unfortunately, after losing Mega Evolutions, a lot of Pokemon did unfortunately lose a lot of their competitive strength. I mean, and even then, like, Dynamaxing, or Gigantamaxing, I guess, was a fairly good thing for Charizard, but the problem is that all it does is give it extra HP. It doesn't have any way to deal, again, with that kind of pitiful rock weakness. This is actually kind of a problem that was the other thing that I think Charizard was a little overblown, is that Leon has it as his ace Pokemon in Galar. Even though Charizard already exists as Red's ace Pokemon in the first generation. So it's kind of like, why doesn't Leon have why doesn't Leon have a Galar Pokemon as his ace, you know? He's the Galar, you know. Okay, we're gonna run from this encounter because I don't want to take that kind of damage. Yeah, as soon as something uses Bite, I'm kind of like, I'm out. I'm not risking that. But, like, I was just thought, oh cool, there's a Munna. There we go. Well, that's annoying. We're just gonna have a Paralyzation War now. We're gonna try and catch this one, if I can. Since this is the first Pokemon I've encountered so far in this area, that's something I don't already own. So we'll see if I can catch it. Cool. So what are we naming this one? And there's like this little nubby thing that eats dreams. It's supposed to be based off a tapir, I believe. They're like it's the same thing that Drowsy's based off of. They're dream eaters. This one is a male, and the funny thing is actually Drowsy and Muna are kind of like parallels to each other because their shiny form is actually the other one's main color. So like a shiny Drowsy is pink, I believe. Pretty sure a shiny Drowsy is pink, and a shiny Muna is gold as opposed to gold. Drowsy normally is gold and Muna normally is pink. So let's see what we got here. See, we got, what should we call this one? You were talking about earlier about theming names. Typically when I do Nuzlocke runs, I'll theme them after other games. So like, when I did my poison type Nuzlocke, I named all my Pokemon off of characters in Honkai Star Rail. When I did my Grand Coliseum playthrough, I named them all after Genshin Impact characters. Hey! Nice! Are you watching the stream?
No, I just got home.
You happen to just time it while I'm trying to nickname my Muna?
I was gonna walk down the hallway with something else, but I heard you say Muna and I went back to get it. No, I just got home from work. And here's a Muna sitting cutie. And here's a Mushana.
So what should I name my Muna?
Muna the Muna. Oh, is this like a... Oh, this is like a... Oh, it's a Hamilton vibe one? What's that? What's the...
Oh, that's...
What's it called? Matcha? Okay, so
I'm just taking either whatever you want to call it or whatever the chat gives us, but right now...
Squinge!
How you spell that?
S-Q-U-I-N-G-E.
Okay, S...
Squinge.
Q... U... I-N-G? So like cringe, but squinge?
Yeah, squinge.
Squinge? Okay. We have squinge the Muna then.
I'll dip in a little bit to paint. First of all, just need to get some coffee because I'm out of iron, so I'm really tired. And I wanted to super glue that for you, but then I'll be able to hang out with you.
I think I might have to go poke the chat again, or maybe it's just not great timing for people to be like...
It's probably not a great timing. But you are doing an amazing job. Do you want the TV sound up?
Oh, I didn't even think of that, honestly. See, earlier I was trying to do this and I was running into tech issues. I'm like, I wish Malin was here. Things tend to run better when she's here.
You're my Pookie, Evie. Well, I just got back from work, so now I'm here.
Yeah, I would appreciate your presence.
Muna.
My little Muna in the background.
I brought a Joltik to work today as my little buddy friend.
I do remember seeing that this morning. You had a Joltik. I really wish some of the people who we try to refer the Submasters, Subway Masters to would join our stream so I can be like, hey, it's there, right there.
There it is.
Well, unfortunately, you don't run into them in person in this game. You run into them in person in Black and White too, because they have to show you where the subway is in order to get to the next location. This one, you have to do their challenge in order to see them, which I'm not going to do in a Nuzlocke. That's just asking for trouble. Although I would consider that a challenge mode and not count it as something that you could die with, but it's something that I might do maybe that later just to show it off, but right now I'm not going to, because I'm obviously, first of all, not even close to that, and also just no need to.
Let's frame up here, hopefully block out some more of this. A little bit, so we're super backlit. Alright, I'll be back in a little bit. I have to go to the bathroom and I need you.
Okay, it's got Squinge over here. I don't even know what nature you have. Sassy. Well, low speed's not bad, actually. Because this is a bulkier Pokemon, so actually high special defense will probably be useful. Psywave is always a nice one for lowering Pokemon, and Yawn's not bad either. Put Squinch to the front so we can level him up a little bit. See, there's like a little thing there, but I do not yet have a fishing rod. I don't think I have a fishing rod. I'll have to look it up. I always miss where the fishing rods are. Oh, that's right. Sorry, I forgot I was supposed to... Sorry, I know, I need to go do the quest. I think she was in this building. I have to go talk to her. Sometimes I'm so busy, like, jumping past the stuff, I'm like, okay. Nintendo Wi-Fi connection, even though the Nintendo Wi-Fi network for DS systems no longer exists. So now we have something cool to look on the bottom screen. Do I have time to explain this? No, and she says, and then she goes and explains herself anyway. Which, to be fair, you know, is kind of how I work too. If I want to talk about something, I will just talk about it. I do this to Madeline all the time. I'll go and I'll want to talk about, like, the latest quest line in Pokemon Masters. I know she doesn't really want to hear me talk about it. Like, most of the time when we're playing gacha games, she just wants, you know, to play them just for the sake of playing them. And I'm the one who wants them for the story. So I know she doesn't really want to hear me tell her about whatever the latest quest is or whatever made me angry. Sometimes it makes me happy, but most of the time it makes me angry. But, you know, I'll tell her anyway. Until I, like, you know, either she falls asleep or happens to walk away. I'm like, okay, message received. I won't bother you with this anymore. Alright. Cool, pal pad. I mean, you know what's funny is, like, I always, as a kid, skip through all these sort of features that are about, like, trading and challenging, do stuff with your friends, because I would never use them. I had no friends who had Pokemon. Or at least, like, no friends consistently. Like, you know, just in terms of friends having friends, you know. Okay, yeah. Good job. I don't think there's anything else I need to do here. And she's the one who does the PC system. Now I think we can leave. Okay. But, like, yeah, I never had any use for things like the sea gear and stuff like that, because I'm like, oh, well. I don't have friends in real life, so I don't have anyone to trade with. You always gotta talk to everyone in the Pokemon Center, because you never know when they're gonna be. You never know when they're gonna give you something for free. Because that's the thing I'm almost kind of, like, paranoid with now, is that, like, that's where, like, I remember there are some games where I literally never learn how to fish because I never know where the rods are, because they're usually given out to you by people in the Pokemon Centers. And I didn't talk to them, so I never found them. And I'd be like, oh no! Why can't I get any water-type Pokemon? Oh, well, because I just didn't learn how to fish. My game might chug a little bit here and there, because again, I'm doing this off my personal PC, so it's not necessarily weak, but it isn't particularly strong either, so bear with me. I think this is where the daycare is? Yeah. Always gotta go into a daycare too, because you never know. You never know when they might get you in an egg. You know. Sometimes you go into a daycare and you talk to a random person and they'll give you a random egg. Which is always nice to have, so. Just gotta talk around and be like, hey, does any of you want to give me something? Also, that's the other thing sometimes you gotta do in Nuzlocke, being like, where's the random people, who go and give, now she mentions double battles, let me actually go and do this. There are a couple people that can do double battles around this area. Guys are all just little bugs. Yeah, I believe that. I don't know, like that kid just said yeah for whatever reason. Not sure why, but... Feel invincible because I'm surrounded by the smiles of children in Pokemon. That's sweet. But also kind of like, oh hey Aeolia. What's up? I'm currently doing my Pokemon Black Nuzlocke. We're on our way to Nacrene City. Is the next area we're going into. I just got this little Muna here. Mallory named him. His name is Swinge, apparently. Yeah. We'll say, I'll come up with names myself unless chat comes up with a particularly good name, and I'll be like, yeah, you're right, we should use that. No, we're just doing a little bit of battling. I'm just chatting about whatever. Do you play Pokemon, Aeolia? So you got a little Pikachu emoji, but do you have any experience playing Pokemon? So how many, like, moves if there anyone who played Pokemon as a kid, how many moves did you just, like, click on or never use because you didn't know what they actually did? Odor Sleuth is definitely one of those moves for me, which can actually be a surprisingly useful move if you know what it does, but the problem is that all it does is that it uses it. So it's like, it's been identified, and you're like, what the heck is that supposed to mean? It's useful in the fact that, like, it makes it so, like, you can hit ghost types with normal moves. I shouldn't keep you in, because you have a ghost move on you. And it also makes it so you can hit, like, an invasive foe. So it is a useful move, especially if you're in, like, you know, the early game where, you know, if you run into a ghost type and you have nothing that can affect them, and you have, like, all, like, normal type moves, it's useful to have something like Odor Sleuth. Wow, that did even less. Switch back around to Swinge. Ramuna's face off. Lucky Chan also is deceptively useful in like in a Nuzlocke, because the one thing that will get you like deaths more than anything is definitely critical hits. You cannot account for critical hits. Sometimes you can just go in with the like knowledge of like, well, I'll try and keep my HP up high enough so a critical hit won't threaten me, but like, you never know when you're just gonna hit a random critical hit and it's just gonna kill one of your Pokemon. We're gonna go in, we're gonna heal real fast, and then we're gonna face those twins over there. like this. Hyper Beam. And it's like a 2-year-old. It'd be funny if he actually had Hyper Beam at this point in the game. That'd be really funny. Hamilton, type advantage. Hamilton does have a fire type move, although he's a much better attacker than he is a special attacker, so I only really use it for type advantages, because otherwise just hitting with a physical move is going to be better for him. But it's not bad, because having better attack will serve him well when he becomes a fighting type eventually. Go. Easy win. Let's go beat up another little kid. Like, these are like legit like 3-year-olds, like, with Pokemon. And, you know, let's, like, yeah, Pokemon are great companions, but ever just stop to think about, like, how dangerous some Pokemon are, and then some, like, parent will be like, yeah, this kid can have this Pokemon. Especially if it's anything like a fire type. Like, yeah, it might set the house on fire, but it'll be a good companion. I'm gonna suspect that the last kid I'm going to face here is gonna have a Panseer. We've seen Panpour and Pansage. I have a I do a lot of like Pokemon online role playing and stuff like that, like, you know, with PMD groups. I'm not done a lot lately just because I've not had time to focus really on my own stories or like artwork a lot lately. Cause essentially, anytime I'm not streaming, I'm crocheting, and anytime I'm not crocheting, I'm like, you know, trying to enjoy games on my own time, and anytime I'm not doing that, I'm probably sleeping, so. Like, recently, like, they just did a big update for, Honkai Star Rail, so, like, I'll be doing this for a little bit, but I wanted to kind of save my evening off to be like, I'm gonna play Star Rail a little bit and explore some of the new features. I'm not gonna explore any of the new content just yet, because I still have some other quests I need to do before I want to go to the next world. But, like, Star Rail just had a whole big update, and I hear that there's some, like, nice new quality of life things, so I want to go investigate those. And I'm pretty excited to go and do that, and every once in a while I'll feel like a motivation to keep playing Genshin Impact, so, you know. I'm probably gonna do that in the evening. But for right now, I'm trying to make some more progress with the Nuzlocke. Our goal for this stream is to get to the second gym and beat it. We'll go from there. Yeah, so Panseer is literally, like, you know, a fire type, aka it can spit, like, flames. And yeah, but let's give it to a 3-year-old girl. There's no way that's going to end poorly. I have to say, of the 3 of them, I probably like Panseer the most in terms of its design. I just think it looks cool. I've had a Panseer character before. But I'm honestly not. I actually have gotten more fond of it because, again, I said there was someone who I like did some collaborations and chatting with in a online group, and she really liked the 3 elemental monkeys, so she had like a bunch of characters who were just the 3 elemental monkeys: Panseer, Panpour, and Pansage. You know, yeah, like regular versions of them, and shiny versions of them, and Delta type versions of them. Delta's usually when you switch the typing of a Pokemon for something else, to see how it changes them, and, you know, just cool things like that. And that's when, you know, when you really like a Pokemon, you know, it's pretty cool. You just get things just to get things. And they're also like just generally not a terribly popular Pokemon on their own either. So now we're gonna do our first double battle here. We'll see how it goes. Double battles can always be a little risky with Nuzlocks because, again, if the opponent decides to double up on one of your Pokemon, you can lose them very fast if you're not careful. So, essentially, for the same reason it would be on any other end. Double battles means you have twice the stakes on the field. Okay, that's fine. Also, especially in the early game, status moves are so useful because when you're pretty weak and you don't have a lot of great moves to rely on, you kind of have to get by any means. And that's kind of the thing I do like a lot about doing Nuzlocke challenges in general, is that they kind of does test your, see, like right now they're doubling up on my Pansage, so that could be troublesome. Until I get one of those Purrloin fainted. But, let's see. Don't want to hunch over. Anyway. That's not gonna work, actually. Let's just do that. When you're doing a Nuzlocke and you don't have, like, I like that it forces you sometimes to use Pokemon you've never used before. And I like how sometimes it forces you to, like, think about strategies you never considered before because maybe you have more options or you were willing to lose a Pokemon, so sometimes it's kind of be like, let me go and use, I'll go and be like, hey, let me try some different, tactics here because I don't want to lose my Pokemon, or, like, moves that, you might be like, oh, I'll sacrifice this one so I can pull someone else in. I'm like, well, sometimes you don't have that luxury. Or, like, when you're trying not to get your Pokemon destroyed, then you have to play a little bit more defensively in some cases, And there's people who try different kind of Nuzlockes, too, that are like, I did one recently that are like, I only use one kind of Pokemon, or I can only get them to a certain level, or I might not use items, or stuff like that, To shift my blanket over a little bit in a minute. I think it's a little crooked on my chair here. You can't see it because this is pretty much just a face cam, but... I'll look up randomly because sometimes I'm looking at the screen in front of me. As to why I'm just constantly having my Munna use Defense Curl, it's because the only thing it has is a Psychic move, and Purrloin's a Dark type, so my Munna can't do anything right now. But I don't want to switch it out because I wanted to get this experience for the level up, so we're just gonna keep raising its defense and rely on Matcha here to do the actual damage. And see, that does like nothing because Swinge has like 4 extra levels of defense at this point. Well, that wasn't too bad. Good job, Swinge. Side beam. Normally I would hold on to Defense Curl, but I'm like, I honestly think Lucky Chant's gonna benefit me better, at least for the brief amount of time where I have it. Because, crits are way more damaging. They can, like, forego defense and everything, too, so, definitely can end up in a bigger problem with crits than anything else. Okay, cool. Save. I always remember to save after I heal. You never know. And rival battle. How did I have a feeling? I never was certain whether you pronounce his name Sharon or Charon. Like the hard CH or the soft CH. Because even like the character, like, you know, so relating this to like Charon, Chiron, however you pronounce it, the Ferryman of the Dead has like a very similarly spelled name, and even that one's kind of like, who knows how we actually spell this? Yawn. We have time to switch in my other guy. Put a lucky chant up just to be safe. Last thing I need is random critical hits. I'm gonna switch much in. Oh, 14's the same level my Hamilton's at. Okay, that was... How is it whenever you use the sleep timer when you actually need it to last for a while, it like always lasts way longer when you don't need it? Like, if your Pokemon's asleep, it'll last like a turn. I mean, when your Pokemon's the one who's asleep, it'll last like 5 turns. But when you're trying to get the opponent to sleep, of course that's when it will be like, no, they slept for a singular turn. Thanks. That's awesome of you. There's another thing that can add challenge is like switching the purple. So let's switch out to. I'm gonna go to Hamilton. Go. And it's like doing the set style, which means that, like, you know, right now, like, for instance, he says, your opponent's about to use Purloin, do you want to switch your Pokemon? And that's, like, the switch style, but if you play, like, most hardcore Nuzlocke have this... Okay. Multi-hit moves, too, are another ones you have to be careful of, because sometimes, again, when you try and hit it, you'll get, like, 2 hits. But when, you know, you're trying not to have one of your Pokemon die is when it's going to hit you 5 times. That's just the way it goes. Flame charge, there we go. Can definitely make use of that. Give me a fire type move. That's physical instead of special. Yes, we are gonna go get your Pokemon back, but I'm gonna heal first. I also like how, like, Sharon will go and be like, so what's going on? And she's like, I'm panicking! He's like, okay, what's going on? And she's like, I'm still panicking! And I'm like, okay, what's going on? And then she's like, oh yeah, this girl's thing got stolen, and we're like, I'm with Sharon, we're like, why didn't you start with that? Why didn't you, you know... My hands are getting sweaty just because I'm laying on my hot computer top here. I practically just need like a hand towel or something just so my hands stop sliding off the keys. But, it's like, why didn't you lead with Pokemon got stolen? Grab this. sure if we're on a new route or not. Sorry. Yeah, I know. I mean, Sharon said he'll handle it. I don't know why I have to handle it, but whatever. Be with you in the minute, bro. I'm gonna go get this item. The Pidove. Let's see if we can catch it. Flying type would be nice for the next gym. I don't believe we cut any counter for this route yet. I will say of all like the kind of like again every game has its like regional bird. I'm not terribly fond of Pidove and its evolutions. Just because they don't really have anything special they do. Like every other regional bird has like, you know, either a move or a design thing or some sort of gimmick thing, but like Pidove's just kind of there. So it's kind of like... Although I do like the reason the Pidove is what it is. It's like, it's supposed to be a pigeon because, again, Unova is based off the United States, namely New York. What do you find a lot in cities like New York? Pigeons. So I do like the idea of using a pigeon. I just think that they could have done a little bit more with it, but I like the idea of using a pigeon. Okay, Pokeball. So, female Pidove right now. Anyone has any ideas in the chat for names for her? Otherwise, I'll come up with something myself. Follows its trainer's orders best as it can, but sometimes fails to understand complicated demands. They're little humming pigeons. Okay. Any ideas for names? What should I name you? Alright. What should I name a pigeon? Well, I did say I was going to name something after Aeolia at some point, so I might as well do it now since I actually have a female addition to the team. I do really like that name. Aeolia. There we go. Cool, now we got Pidove. Okay. Just here to get this item, then I'm gonna go heal, then we'll head forward. Adelaide. Makes me think of Over the Garden Wall. I don't know if you guys are immune to just falling asleep or not, but this should hopefully help to not have to worry about using Bide. See there, I'm telling you, there's those critical hits again. I debated putting up a lucky chant, but I was like, I'm sure it's not gonna be too bad. See how much significantly stronger that is than when I use Ember, because now I'm actually using Tepig's higher attack stat than special attack stat. We're gonna stay in because we got that speed boost. Keep building on that if we can. There we go. Nice hit. feel like I need like palm towels or something because my palms sweat so much. Stay in because we got like 3. We got like a bunch of speed boosts at this point, so we might as well just keep pounding it out. Try and see if we can get a full sweep with this flame charge. I don't care too much for Pig Knight, but I do think Peg's cute. Got cute little ears. I think Tepig would be a fun thing to hug. I'm not like a huge fan of honestly any of the I do like Duat, but I'm not a huge fan of any of the middle forms of Unova. And I don't really care for the final forms either. But I'm like, so like if I had to say, I'm like my favorite base form would be Tepig, my favorite oh cool, Oranberry. My favorite middle form would be Duat. And of the 3 of them, the probably final form would be Superior, just because it's a snake, and I like snakes. But, Unova's probably the, like, again, it's partially because only one of them has a dual type, and they didn't, like, rectify, you know. They didn't really make them better until, like, much later, but, Unova's starters have always been, like, kind of a little lackluster to me. Just because, regardless of what their typings are, they don't necessarily have a lot of really interesting moves. At least not for a while. Like, later, Superior gets better because, it gets Contrary, which is a great ability. And Embor's fine, it's just, it's rather slow for a, fire fighting type, which compared to other ones like, you know, Infernape and Blaziken that are very fast, and also fire fighting types. You know, runs into issues, then Samurai, I think, just has like weird stat allocation. Okay, Sharon, we're heading on in. And I'll have to start training Helia later. We'll do that after this. Man, I wish those. I kind of miss these like little pixel art things they did whenever like you encountered an evil team and stuff. Pretty cool. Okay, let's do that. Put Lucky Chan up. I'm gonna switch in for let's go Matcha. Let him get some more levels. That's the other thing that sometimes I would get into a lot is that, like, you know, when you're younger, you don't... Okay, it's fine to use Bide now, because I'm pretty sure I can defeat this guy before that attack goes off. Nice. Is that, like, you know, when you're a kid, you don't pay attention to much to stat drops, then, like, as you're an adult, especially when you're doing, like, Nuzlocke, you need to really pay attention to stuff like that. I feel so much more kinship with Sharon than with Bianca just because she kind of, like, is stumbling behind you, and he's, like, we got this, bro. And I'm like, yeah, you're right, bro. Been our friends our whole lives. We've got each other's back my accounts. Let's show them how it's done. Alright. Me and my nerd friend. The only reason I fear Pat Rats so much, honestly, is because of this game. And that stupid bide move. You just, you know. That's why I kind of have, like, kind of a lingering anger for Pat Rat, is that I'm just like, they're so scary in that regards. And they know bites, that's great. I think Squinch can stand to do one more bite if need be, so we're gonna... Okay. I was gonna put that one to sleep, but I guess Oshawtt's gonna kill it first. Good job, Oshawott. I guess we'll just go right to attacking them. And confused. Yeah, that thing's having a rough time over there. Yeah, so this fight, a lot of times when you do these double battles with your rival, usually you're the one doing most of the damage and your rival's just kind of like helping where they can. Yeah, Sharon definitely was doing all that. I was doing very little in that battle. Also, I like when Team Plasma loses, they just shout Plasma. It's just so silly. Head back and wait. Where does this go exactly? This is the Wellspring Cave. Well, as long as we're here, we might as well get that item. There's a Woobat! I wish Malin was here. She loves Woobat. I'm gonna see if I can catch it. Psywave isn't particularly useful here, but I'm just doing this so I don't accidentally knock it out with a too strong of attack. Psywave does set damage. It's actually pretty good for catching Pokemon, because you'll never accidentally... Okay, that was really uncalled for, sir. So we're gonna switch you out. Totally forgot that you can learn insurance. It's a good thing my Muna was not any lower HP than that, because that would have not been good. I gotta text my sister and ask, because Woobat's one of her favorite Pokemon. So I need to ask her what she wants me to call it. Yeah. Okay, so my sister's very enlightened options so far have been fart butt and stanky leg. Okay, she said boof. I can go with boof. Like, I'm not naming something... I'm gonna name something fart butt. It's gonna be for, like, a good reason, but... Or stanky leg. But I'm like, this thing has not legs, nor a butt, so... I can go with boof, though. Okay, we got boof the Woobat now. I'm gonna switch, Squinge out from the front, so, because he's kind of damaged. We got full team. We're actually doing, we're gonna teach Thief to, sure, why not? We teach Thief to, Angelica to give her a dark move, hopefully. But we're doing pretty good, actually. We're already doing a lot better than I was in my white playthrough. Just because we picked up a Pidove and a Woobat, which is nice because, again, the one gym I almost got stuck at was, the bug-type gym. And I had, like, no fire types, no, flying types, no nothing to, you know, fight bugs with. So... Oh, darn it. Well, that's not good. Kinda hoping for paralysis there, but whatever. Sorry, my thing's struggling a little bit there. I'm running this off my computer, so... I think sometimes the extra added effects of when you're like, you know, like this, you know, the frantic music it plays when you're like, your Pokemon's on rate HP, like just overtaxes my, my computer sometimes. But we're already sitting pretty much a lot better off for the bug-type gym than when I did white playthrough, because I do have my fire-type starter and I got 2 birds. Well, 2 flying types at least. So hopefully, fighting the bug-type shouldn't be too bad. Of course, that's also assuming that these guys don't die before I get there. For crying out loud. Just trying to get to the door. Wrong roller. I think she has run away? Or does she have limber? Let me check. Limber. Okay. I just want to run away. That hit really hard. Okay. Now that most of my team was nearly killed, I'm trying to just leave the dang cave. We're gonna save and keep going. Okay, first off, let me get that TM I found. So I'm gonna teach that to, Angelica. She can have a dark move. Assist, because we really don't need assist. You don't really want to go with risk and luck-based moves in games like Nuzlocke, because you'll want something when you can get it, not before. And well, you know, I'm going to teach it to Matcha as well, because why not? It's the same base power as Scratch, so we're going to forget Scratch. I think Boof already knows Assurance, I remember correctly. So let's see, he's impish, so low special attack, of course. And he's got Klutz. Oh my gosh. That's like the worst ever. Klutz is a pretty much useless ability. Couldn't have gotten something better than that. I don't know what Woobat's alternate ability is, but... And then minus special attack. So psychic types are typically special attackers, so that's nice. That's fine. I don't think anything besides like maybe like. Let me check what are my natures again. Oh boy. Alright. I mean, Squinge's nature is not too bad. Matcha's isn't the worst, but yeah, I mostly have not great natures on my team right now, which is great. Okay, I wanted to go heal first, but thanks. Heal balls, nice. Cool, now I'm going to go where I was originally going and healing my Pokemon. Okay, good. I'm gonna move. I think we'll put Halia to the front and see if I can get her to level. Maybe 12 would be nice. Oh, Blitzel. That is the absolute worst thing for me to face with a Bite of. Like one of the few like electric types at this point in the game. That is the absolute worst thing for me to face. Let's try him. I don't imagine it knows any electric type moves at this early in the game, but just to be on the safe side. Most electric types don't learn anything until like level 15, so I'm assuming it doesn't have electric type move. The last thing I need is for it to randomly hit with a Thunder Shock or something, so we're just going to play it on the safe side. Yeah, at least Halia did get a level up, so that's nice. I just want this Pokeball. Oh, cool. The one-time Big Peck's coming in handy. Just blocking later. Let's see if we can defeat this guy in one more hit. I think we can. Alright, good. Play very carefully with that bide, but... See Sharon down there, so I'm gonna run around here for a few minutes to get Halia leveled up a little bit higher. I'm just gonna run back and forth and do a tiny touch of grinding here. Okay, fix that autistic label that I misspelled, because I found out where it was. Alright. Just in my position here. Okay, Purloin, that's fine. I don't quite remember when Pidove evolves, but most of the early bird Pokemon evolve around level 14, so I'm gonna look for level 12 for now. You know, funny thing, in the original, Gen 1, well, Gen 1, first of all, notoriously has a lot of really weird bugs in it, just because, you know, they were still figuring, yeah, we learned Quick Attack, just because they were still figuring out how to, Quick Attack is always invaluable to have. Priority moves are so useful. Gen 1, there was a lot of weird balancing issues, so, they were still kind of figuring out how to do the game. So understandably, there was some issues with it, namely, like, you know, things like the psychic tape were completely broken because they didn't have any good counters. I hit the wrong button there, but that's fine. Okay, that's getting a little low for comfort, so we're gonna switch around. But like, and there were just some moves that were like weirdly typed. For instance, so like Gust, for instance, was actually a normal type move, in the original game, even though it's clearly a flying type like attack, and Pidgey learns it. It's like one of the early moves it has. Gust was actually, and I think Bite also was, well, to be fair, Dark type didn't exist until the second generation, but like Gust was oddly enough a normal type moves in the original game. And there are also kind of like a couple weird ones, like, you know, the move Rage, for instance, is a move that typically will increase in power as long as the attacker is taking damage. So, like, if the attacker takes damage, its Rage grows and then it gets stronger. In the original game, Rage was a move that was like Outrage, where like it lasted several turns and you couldn't stop it until like the Rage just petered out, and so it was like the easiest way to actually get your Pokemon fainted, because once you chose it, you couldn't like stop using it, and it worked really weird. Same thing with things like Wrap, where like Wrap could like stall out because while opponent was like under a wrap or trapping status, it just couldn't move. So even if you're doing like basically no attack damage, like, and it wastes your attack, it's like, well, but also the opponent can't do anything, so. That was also back when, like, you know, your opponent could, you could have something fall asleep, and then it could wake up on the turn and fell asleep. Now they have it where it's like, yeah, like, if something falls asleep on a turn, it'll be asleep for at least that turn, and it might wake up the next turn, but it'll at least be asleep for one turn, so it's not completely useless. Like, just weird balancing things that they added from Gen 1 to Gen 2. And then Gen 2 also added into my favorite types, which are the Dark type and the Steel type. Dark type was literally a reaction to, oh, we accidentally made Psychic type broken because there's nothing that can counter it at all. So Dark type was literally invented with the nature of it being immune to Psychic, because, like, oh, we actually made this typing completely busted. Oops. And, like... Steel type, I think they just made in general to give a sturdy type, because besides, like, Rock type, there wasn't any really, like, sturdy types. And even then, Rock has a lot of weaknesses. So, Steel type, I think, was just to give some sturdier Pokemon, and also to have something that resists a lot of different type attacks. Because that's the biggest thing Steel has going for it. It's not a great offensive type, but it resists a lot. And then when you add in the idea of dual typing, which is why most Steel types are pretty versatile, because they can get, like, I remember I've not done a Steel I would like to do a Steel Monolock. Would be fun because I really love Steel types. I don't know which generation I would do it in though. I'd have to look into which generations have a good amount of Steel types. But like, I would love to do a Steel type lock. I feel like that almost would be fitting to do in Galar because, you know, they have like the Steel type legendary in that game. But with Zacian. But I did, for when I briefly did a bit of competitive battling, you know, in a tournament in like college. I had a Steel type mono team, and even just with Steel type, there's a lot of others that you can do. Like Steel type gives you things to like Lucario that are great attackers, but also great defensive walls like Ferrothorn or Skarmory, or Excadrill, which can play either side, Aggron. Like, there's a lot of really good Steel types. That you can make some pretty good teams off of. So it's actually kind of a... It's definitely one of my favorite types. Like, we had a position in our, you know, our quote-unquote league that we had in our club. That's the word I'm looking for. And we had, like, the people who were in the top 4 spots had, like, a, could choose 2 types as in the Elite 4, like, you know, person, then we had the one who was the champion, obviously. So our Elite 4 people could choose 2 types. And so I chose Flying and Steel. Because, Steel gives me a lot of defensive capabilities. It has, you know, a fair amount of attacking power, but the main reason I chose Flying was because Flying, like, is probably one of the most, capable, types in terms of, like, there's a lot of crossover with Flying. Like, there's not a lot of crossover with other types, like, you know, Poison, for instance, or Ice. But there's a lot of crossover. Like, there's a lot of dual Flying types. So having access to Flying type gives you, first of all, a lot of Pokemon to work with, but also Flying type gives you, like, first of all, immunity to ground, which is great for Steel types that are weak to ground. But it also gives you a lot of that flexibility. It's like, a lot of Flying types are fast. There aren't a ton of fast Steel types. So it gives me a lot more, flexibility, a lot more, you know, some attack power, because, like, this was also in the age of, like, Talonflame and the unnerfed Gale Wings ability, which was pretty ridiculous at the time. But fun. Ridiculous, but fun. Hey there, Ignis Clown VT. What's up? Welcome to the chat. We are currently in, doing a Pokemon Black Nuzlocke. We're on our way to the second gym. Oh, well, I'm actually doing a little bit of, just some minute grinding to get my, Pidef up to level 12 before I'm moving on, because I saw my rival in the bushes, so I don't know if I'm going to be jumped randomly for a fight, but in the off chance I'm randomly about to be jumped for a fight, I never think it's a bad idea to have an extra level. Thank you! Appreciate the good luck. So far, we've only had one death. And that was my Pat Rat, because I got randomly jumped by my rival. Wow, this Big Pex is actually coming in surprisingly handy right now. Yeah, it does. Well, it was a Pat Rat. They were not particularly great first area Pokemon. I would have really liked the Lillipup for my first encounter, but my first encounter was a Pat Rat. I oddly enough have avoided Lillipup, even though I've gone like 4 different routes that have Lillipup in them. Lillipup is definitely the better of the, okay, so you're level 12, so we can move forward. Lillipup's definitely the better of the two, like, early route, normal types for sure. Let's put you there. And I also just don't like Pat Rat because, how long have we, I've been playing, oh gosh, I've been playing Pokemon for a very long time. I've played through every Pokemon game at least once, with the exception of Black and White 2. I've never beaten Black and White 2 all the way, and that's not like necessarily like I got stuck. It was more just a matter of like I lost the game. But see, there's a Lillipup. I've already got my encounter for this route. My encounter for this route was my Pidove, but for some reason I've not been able to get a Lillipup yet. But I've been playing Nuzlocke for many years at this point now. I've done a lot of different ones. I've never done one on stream though. That's why like this is kind of the fun thing to try and do them on stream with like a nice little overlay and everything. But I've done quite a few Nuzlockes before, and even more which I never finished. So my first one was a hard gold Nuzlocke, which was fun. I really like Johto. Crystal was my first game I ever played. I actually really love Johto as a region. Heart Gold, Soul Silver are probably my favorite. Are in a hard competition with for my favorite Pokemon games. They have to beat out Ultra Sun and Moon and Pokemon XD, which are also my favorite Pokemon games that I could just replay 1,000 times and never get bored of them. Did I fight this guy yet? Okay, yeah, I did fight that guy. Okay. Oh, cool. I actually, I was mentioning a little earlier. See, there's my rifle. I'm pretty sure he's not gonna fight me. I'm pretty sure he's just gonna tell me something. Yeah. It's funny how, like, this was, like, before, again, I don't think horde counters were a great thing they added in Kalos, but this is the first one where, like, oh no, look out, you might be attacked by 2 Pokemon at a time. Like, actually, that's not too bad. I actually, we have been doing on my own time. Most recently, the last Nuzlocke challenge I did was a, poison type, Nuzlocke, because I really like poison types. There's a lot of poison type Pokemon I really love, and that was in Pokemon Sword. And then the time before that, and see, here's a Blitzel. I could have used that. I would have liked a Blitzel. I mean, Pido's fine. It's going to be useful against the 3rd gym, but I would have liked a Blitzel. Things Up Strike is really cool. It's weird we don't have more Zebra Pokemon. But, the time before that, I did a shield run, which was all dark types, and that was also fun. Came in for a close finish on that one. I was doing really well in that run until I think I was heading to, Stow-on side, and I just ran into a random guy with, like, a throw and a sock, which are fighting types, and I was doing fine. And I just got unlucky countered, and then like an unlucky like storm throw, and it like took out half my team. Which is the hard part, you know, like dark types, very, very, very weak to fighting types, and there's not really any of them that have a good dual type that helps them with that weakness. I beat I beat Pokemon this gym of mine, so I can present myself some like I'm a grass type gym leader. Cool. Very nice. Is this gym of mine, a game? It's capitalized, that's why I'm wondering. Is that a game? I'm also, like, a grammar nerd, so I'll look at things and be like, this is properly written. You know? I was just talking about when I had I did a brief stint in competitive Pokemon. In my my college's league, I preferred the steel and flying type. Steel type's probably one of my favorites. I've not yet done a steel type monolock, honestly, though. That probably will be the next challenge I try and do. But I was thinking about doing that for like a Galar run, just because there's a lot of nice steel types in Galar, and also it has that whole, like, you know, old British vibes. But it's a fan game where you're playing as a gym leader and you force the monotype. Oh, so is it like a hack, or like, is it like a fully created like fan game? Out of curiosity. Because, like, for instance, like one of the really famous like hacks, for instance, this generation is like Blaze Black and like, what is it? Whatever other white 2, the black 2 and white 2 hacks. They're really good. Always wanted to beat one of those in a Nuzlocke. Or like, you know, one of my favorite hacks is oh, that's cool. RPG Maker. I've seen a lot of like Pokemon fan games made in RPG Maker, and some of them look really cool. I have like quite a few I've downloaded in the past that I'm just like, I need to try this at some point because it looks really cool. My like favorite hacks that I've, like, again, I would love to do on stream. I don't know if I could do them as a Nuzlocke because it'd be really hard, but is Pokemon XG, which is a hack for XD, which are the, you know, the Shadow Pokemon games. And that one has, the thing I love about most is that one, it updates it so that it has the special physical split, so it has rules essentially up to Gen 8 or so, and, or maybe it was Gen 7, I can't remember. Point is, it has, like, it includes, like, the Fairy type, it has a lot more Shadow Pokemon, it has a lot more updated moves. It's just, it's a fun game to play because it adds a little extra, like, it fills out the, Pokemon options a little bit more, and also it's harder. It's, you know, the Pokemon are a lot tougher to beat. It's a fun challenge, and then I think there was another one that was based off Pokemon Coliseum that's called Grand Coliseum that does the same thing of giving you more Pokemon to, like, I don't care for Pokemon Coliseum as a game just because it's kind of short and there's not a lot of Pokemon to use. Pokemon Coliseum literally just exists to fill in some Johto Pokemon that weren't available in the 3rd generation. Which is fine. I'm totally down for that. I love me a lot of the 2nd generation Pokemon, but like, I like Pokemon Coliseum a lot, Grand Coliseum much better because it helps fill in, you know, a little bit more content, adds a little bit more Pokemon you can get, has a lot more, well, I mean, your first Pokemon you get is Furret. Who doesn't love Furret? Playing as a grass leader, playing as a, gosh, try and talk. Playing as a grass leader, I have an amazing starter, a grass fairy Cottony with prankster ability. Oh, that is great. I remember, my first, again, I'll reference back. Like, this will be my first time doing a Nuzlocke in Unova and completing it. I did do a white, Nuzlocke with a harder rule set, which I'm not doing this time, because the first time I did that, I almost got my teeth punched in by being like, hey, I can do a game without using any held items, and, you know, having a level cap, and then I got to the 3rd gym, and I had 3 Pokemon left, because I had kind of overestimated my capabilities as a Nuzlocke player. I'm like, hey, I finished 1 Nuzlocke, I'm sure I can take harder rules, and I tried to do it, and I'm like, never mind. The biggest thing that, again, the reason I hate Pat Rats, and it's because of this game, and it's because of they all have Bide, and Bide is such a Nuzlocke killer if you're not careful. Because at this point in the game, everything has low HP, and you don't do a ton of damage. So if you get stuck with a Pokemon that's using Bide, it can very easily kill you. And it did. That's how I lost my... That's how I lost my, when I played through White the first time, I lost my, Oshawott to an unlucky Bide where, like, the Pat Rat survived by, like, this much HP. Like, when they have, like, 1 sliver of health, he survived, then hit me back with, like, a butt-ton of damage. I lost a Roggenrola, a rock type, to Bide because it critical hit. I lost, my Purloin to Bide, my own Pat Rat to Bide. My starter essentially became my Lillipup I had in that game, which is why I became very fond of Lillipup, namely Stoutland, later on. was because of that playthrough. But I just lost a lot of Pokemon pretty early game, and from just unlucky crits and unlucky bites. So by the time, and then, you know, I lost, I think, 2 other Pokemon against the Nacrene Gym, which I'm a little scared of. Not gonna lie, going into this run, I'm a little scared of it because I think her, like, move she has is Retaliate, which can be... Okay, we're gonna cut it close here, but I'm pretty sure we can kill this guy. Okay, there we go. Kinda a little close there, I know, but... Switch you to not the front. We'll put Booth in the front for now. And, so I lost a couple of Pokemon in that particular challenge, and then by the time I actually got to the 3rd gym, which is bug type, by the way, not too hard to get with, but, I had no flying types, I had no fire types, all I had was a Munna, a Herdier, and, like, something else. Something else that was weak to bug. I don't know what, I think I had a grass type of some kind. I might have had a Cottony. I think I had a Cottony at that point, that's why I'm telling the story. Yeah, I have autism and ADHD, so I will just kind of go off on rants sometimes. This thing probably has bite, so I'm gonna switch. I'm gonna bet this thing has bite. But, so I was facing a bug type, again, gym leader. With a, yeah, see, bide right there. Good call, because then I can just waste my turns with moves that don't do damage, so I don't take a butt ton of damage from bide. So, like, right now, I could potentially kill him with 2 flame charges, but if I don't, he's gonna hit me back with double the damage, and that will really hurt, so... That's why I always make sure I have 1 useless move in my, like, Pokemon, so that I don't get killed by bide in the early game. Oh yeah, I know how to, yeah. I know how to deal with bide. The issue is that, like I said, bide's only an issue in this early in the game. Where, again, your Pokemon at best have 50 HP, but they have as low as 28. And bide doubles the damage accrued over 2 turns. So if you're stuck in, like, a trainer battle or something where you can't run from an encounter, and if you don't feint the other Pokemon in those 2 turns, they can do enough damage to potentially knock you out because nothing has a lot of HP at this point in the game because we're still in the very early game before the 2nd gym and the 3rd gym. Once you get past, like, the 3rd gym or so, it's not bad because bide stops being as powerful because you start getting stronger moves, stronger Pokemon, things are starting to evolve. It's not as bad, but, like, in the early game, I just got really unlucky with my white playthrough where I got some unlucky bides, I got some unlucky bides that went critical, which does even more damage. So, I lost a rock type from a normal type move, which was bide, you know, and it happened to crit, and it did a lot of damage. It is an easy move to work around if you know what you're doing, but, when you're doing a Nuzlocke, and particularly in that Nuzlocke was a Nuzlocke where I wasn't using healing items, and you have no way to heal outside of a Pokemon Center, then, you know, sometimes you, like, if you go in with anything less than full HP, bide can just straight up kill you. So, that's why I hate Pet Rats, and the move bide is annoying in this particular generation. It can be annoying in any game, honestly, and it is easy to go around once you know, I do know how the move works. And, like, for instance, that's how I can avoid it by being like, okay, they're using bide, well, I'll just do something that does no damage for 2 turns, or I'll switch around for 2 turns. Then it's not bad, but, like, if you happen to hit first and hit the opponent, and then they use bide, you're like, well, now I'm on a timer. I either have to defeat this thing, or it's gonna kill me. Or it's gonna hit one of my Pokemon really hard. Which is, you know, you don't have anything to sacrifice or anything like that, then you don't want to do that. That's the other reason I lost some of those Pokemon that early white playthrough, is that, like, in order to, like, preserve certain Pokemon like my starter, I let other Pokemon die instead until I just started running out of Pokemon. Like, I had bad route encounters, I kept running into things I already had, so therefore I didn't catch them. Like, I just kinda, I worked into a bad situation. And I only, like, won the bug-type gym sheerly by, like, essentially cunning and like, you know, luck. Because trying to beat a bug-type gym leader with 2 Pokemon that are weak to bug is not very easy. especially when you have like a level cap on yourself. So you know, after I got past the bug type gym, I was fine. I got better Pokemon. My things started evolving, so I was a little tougher. And Bide wasn't that big. It's pretty useful monotype to take a lot of damage but give it back in double. Yeah. I imagine it would be. Like, if you can use it safely, it'll be fine. Just anything that has any sort of unreliable, like, attacking pattern in a Nuzlocke, I tend to be a little wary of. Nice gain of Woobat, though. I never used the Woobat. My sister really loves Woobats. So I'm curious to see how this one does. I've definitely seen people... having a Psychic type is always useful, because not many things resist Psychic type in the early game. Obviously, Unova is a little different because it has, I'm gonna switch to Squinch, just in case. Because on one hand, Psychic type will be good for cutting through a Rock type, but I don't want to accidentally, get hit by a Rock move, and Swoobat is a flying type. Again, I don't know how early this thing learns Rock Throw, but on the off chance it already knows Rock Throw, let's switch around. My sister also named both my Psychic types, so I have Squinch and Booth. Those are my sister's names. Angelica and Hamilton are the ones I came up with. And then the other ones are ones that the chat came up with. I can see how Bide would be useful in a monotype though. Especially if you got same type attack bonus. That'd be nice too. Okay, and I think we're about to... I'm gonna save real fast. And then we're going to... I think we should be about ready for the next area. Honestly, this is kind of the way it is in every Nuzlocke, though. The first 3 gyms are when it's going to be most tricky, depending on which generation you're playing. Because, that's when you're still, like, in any RPG. You're still pretty weak. What's up, Sharon? Hey, bro. So you can lose things pretty easily. Just the berries, thank you. I do not have a fight advantage, but I will use those Chesto berries because the thing that makes Lenora annoying is that her Watchog knows Hypnosis. Which isn't a high accuracy move, mind you, but for some reason, whenever you try and use the move, it'll work. Whenever it won't work. Whenever they try and use the move, it will, and it'll kill you, so. Bide doesn't care about type, it's calculating only damage number. I can take super effective move, but I'll give double damage back with no matter what types. So is that using, like, Bide in, like... I know Bide did that in some generations, but it doesn't in all. It's kind of like how Hyper Beam used to be, like, a 220 power move. And then, like, it actually used to be a 300 power move. Then it was down to 250, and then 220, I believe. And actually, in the beginning, Gen 1 is, like, entirely dependent. Like, Gen 1 competitive is, like, really dependent on Hyper Beam. Oh, I guess this is Berg's art space. Tepeg, yes. Get charcoal, nice. Give that to Hamilton. We can just get Hamilton to evolve, which I don't know when he's level 16. And he's not evolved yet, so I have to imagine he'll probably evolve at level 18 or something, but if we can get him to evolve, he'll become a fighting type, which will be really helpful against Lenora. I just don't know when he evolves. I can't remember. Where's the... Oh, I went right past it. Give him a charcoal. Nice. But, in the early games, yeah, so this is, I guess, where Berg hangs out. But in the early generations of, like, Gen 1 competitive, like, Hyper Beam, like, half the defense of the opponent it hit. It had 300 base powers, and if you knocked out the opponent with a, Hyper Beam, it would ignore the 1-turn cooldown. Which is pretty insane when you think about it. So actually, like, you know, a lot of those early games would have like literally, you know, Hyper Beam with like Tauros or Snorlax or whatever. Like, you know, you would go and like just try and kill something as quickly as possible, and you could just sweep with Hyper Beam. Gen 1 had some broken mechanics, but like that's when you have moves that like ignore typings and stuff like that. And I believe 5 was like that initially. I think it might have gotten changed in later generations, but I don't really remember. Hey, look, Cottony right there. For example, my grass Pokemon survived after taking a fire attack, but it will back double damage. It doesn't care about type, but isn't. Yeah. Bite's a normal type move, so like hypothetically it wouldn't work on a ghost type because it's a normal type move and ghosts are immune to normal. Or something that like ability that lets you dodge something like that that's not super effective, like Wonder Guard. Normal type hits for neutral damage on a lot of things though, which is what makes it pretty capable. I do not have a Petlil right now. If I get Petlil, I have to come back to find this guy, lady. I do remember like that's where I got my Cottony that I faced Berg with on my white playthrough. Was from this lady because I did find a Petlil on one of the routes, so I came back to get Cottony. Which I debated on because like Lobloli. That's a weird name. But I thought about it a lot in my white playthrough where I was like not sure if I was going to survive or not. Like I was struggling a lot, and I'm like, I decided, like, I had a Petlil, which can be a pretty capable Pokemon, but I decided to switch it out for a Cottony because Cottony is more defensive. Just seeing if there's anyone who can give me anything interesting here. So you never know when someone's going to give you a random item. Like I got Charcoal from the one person. Guy with a guitar right there. Just living his life. But I switched it out for a Cottony because I figured that was the, you know, more temper the that's going to be more useful in accordion over the course of a Nuzlocke run. Usually want a good mix of like defensive and, you know. Ooh, we got Soda Pop. See, that's what I'm talking about. Sometimes you just gotta talk to everyone because you never know when they're gonna give you something. I also like the very urban feel that Unova has. It's very it's definitely distinctly different. There's not really any other regions that are quite as industrialized. Galar, I suppose, is a close comparison, but even then they're kind of like industrialized in the British way, which is not quite the same as like the American way. Because, like, you know, I've said before, Unova is based off of United States, mainly New York. Hence why, like, you know, their first area bird is a pigeon, because New York has a butt ton of pigeons. I'm gonna save here. Okay. Okay, so Clay, we're gonna see him a little later. He's another one of the gym leaders. Audino. I would like to find an Audino. I have a fondness for a lot of normal types, I'll be honest. I like Audino a lot. I like Baneri. And Lopunny is a fun one to have. I like a lot of normal types. Normal types are very, oh, I noticed. Okay, let's see. Cottony, if it has a fairy type, it starts to be super strong against fighting in dark. For example, I challenged a character with a Scraggy, which is called weak to fairy, yeah. Fairy type, yeah, definitely is a very capable type. Arguably a little too powerful in some cases, but, like, Cottony was, oh, hey, Ed. What's up, bro? I see the things no one can see. Ideals of Pokemon inside Pokeballs. The truth of how trainers should be. Future where Pokemon have become perfect. Do you feel the same? Yeah. Be my friends, and I should test you to see if you can see this future too. I had a feeling I was gonna go in there and someone was gonna challenge me to a battle. Alright. Let's do this, bro. N is just such an incredible character, really. Like, Pokemon was cooking with Unova. They had a lot of interesting things they were trying, and they were just cooking with this game. I also like the fact that when you face N, his team always changes, like, to whatever's in the local area, because the way I see it is that, like, he just goes into whatever area, asks the Pokemon to help him, and then they just choose to fight with him because, you know, they believe in his mission. And then, like, when he leaves the area, they go back to living their lives there, and then, you know, he has new Pokemon next area. Yeah. That's the other thing, that like, there's so much mystery around N and stuff like that, but like, it's just an interesting choice to go and be like, I remember when I first was watching the leaks for Black and White, when they first were coming out, and he was, like, in the leaks, there was a picture of him, and his name was just translated as N, so a lot of people thought it was a code name, like, you know, like how they'll use code names for new, like, consoles and stuff like that. So a lot of people assumed his name was just N because that was the code name and that we would get an actual name later. Some people were thinking he was going to be the rival character because when you look at him, he's got a pretty nondescript outfit. He actually looks a lot like the player character in terms of just have, like, a basic shirt, jeans, and has a hat. You know, the typical baseball hat. So a lot of people thought he might have been a rival character. And then, like, the fact he is a rival, actually. He's uniquely N is the only character that carries both carries actually 3 different titles at the same time. He starts out as a rival, like he is here, so he's a rival. Come on, work with me, Macho. Come on, you're the only thing that's effective against this thing. He later becomes a team boss of Team Plasma. And then at the end of the game, he briefly has the champion title. So N has, technically is the only character that's ever held all 3 titles at the same time. Actually, you're in a rough time here, buddy. Okay. There we go. I raised a Temple before. I like its 2nd evolution. I just don't care for its 3rd evolution. It's not as good as I want it to be, says Matoad. I wish it was better than it is. Like, there is clear. I'm gonna forget Furious Vibes, because moves that hit multiple times are not reliable, and when it's you'll need it to hit 4 times, it'll hit twice. When you need it to hit, otherwise it won't. So, not to mention, Furious Types can just straight up miss. It doesn't have 100% accuracy. Timber is a fighting type, so we want. Let's Spring Ring and Hayolia. Get flying type against that there. Yeah. And yes, N was in the TV series. In fact, I watched Pokemon sporadically on and off. I only really watched it pretty constantly during, like, the era with May, which was, I guess, Hoenn. And I watched it a little bit during the Diamond and Pearl one. I didn't like Dawn as a character though, so I didn't watch it a lot. I just liked, like, the gym leaders of Diamond and Pearl. And Black and White was a complicated time for the show, to say the least. So so I came back in when they were having the special, like, the special season or set of 8 episodes or so where they brought N into the series, which is really great. Come on, look at this guy. He looks like a rival character, and he technically is at this point in the game. But, like, he's such a uniquely complicated character that even now I don't think they've ever done a character in Pokemon history since this game that has been as complicated and philosophically interesting as N has been. Not to mention just outright mysterious and interestingly designed. Very autistic coded too. But there are a lot of those type of characters in this game. Right now my friends aren't strong enough to save all Pokemon. Maybe I can't solve the equation that will save the world, and I need power enough to make anyone agree with me. He's also just kind of a very tragic character at the same time. Now I know the power I need, Zekrom. I trained Pokemon that, along with the hero, created the Unova region. It's my turn to become that hero, and you and I will be friends. like, he's such a pure-hearted person that's just he's very isolated and has just a not quite correct view of the world right now. But he's a great antagonist, and honestly, I don't think they've ever hit the same, like, level of, like, you know, in terms of redemptive villains in the Pokemon series ever since. Because he's someone who does full-heartedly believe in what he's doing, and he's doing it for the right reasons. He's doing something that could definitely be seen as wrong and borderline terrorism, but he is doing it entirely for the right reasons, and he does very much have a pure heart in that regards. It's the reason that ultimately later on, like, the legendary dragon does acknowledge him and wakes up for him, because, like, you do have the heart of a hero. And I'm willing to fight for you. You know? It's pretty cool. But, you know, obviously he's still wrong, because he does cause a lot of damage, because he's being manipulated by someone else, but, like, it's a fascinating story that they pose in this game. That's why I think a lot of people like to make Nuzlocke comics based off the Unova region, because it does bring up the idea of, like, you know, are we being right with, using Pokemon for battle and stuff? Is that a bad thing, you know? To kind of bring up the philosophy of it all. I like that this is clearly a Dragonite, but of course the people of Unova are like, wow, this is so cool! Because there are no Dragonite in Unova, they're only in Kanto and Johto. Skeleton of a Dragonite Pokemon. There's a theory that had an accident while it was flying around the world, and so it became a fossil. Yeah, because Dragonite can, you know, fly around the world in, like, a few hours. Meteorite. I like it's like, it just has some energy from space, but we think it's cool. And it's just an ordinary old stone that's found by the desert, but other than that, it's old. It doesn't seem to have any value. I love the fact that they're like, yeah, we found this old stone, it doesn't have any value, but we're putting it on a museum exhibit. I'm like, great. And found it, and, knows what it is, but all these scientist people do not, and I think that's funny. It's rather pretty to look at. Yeah, you're a great scientist, guy. Pokemon Gym is just back here. And Lenora happens to be his wife. That's pretty cool. I do like when they make gyms more than just gyms, like they have more to them than that. And then we got our Amaldo right here, which is another one of my favorite fossil Pokemon. I like Team Plasma. Yeah, the Team Plasma music is I do enjoy as well. I think it's a very good kind of techie theme to it. So we're gonna try and level Hamilton up again, because I don't know. He should evolve. Like, if I can get him to evolve into Pignite, I'll get a fighting type move. But I'm like, I don't know. He's level 16. To be fair, I do think that the Unova stars all evolve a lot later than most Pokemon do, and the Fire-type star usually does evolve later. So I'm like, I don't know, but most of the time they evolve by level 16. Does he evolve at level 18, maybe? So I'm going to try and level him up a little bit more so he can become a fighting type, which would be very helpful against Lenora, but... Nice to meet you, Pokemon. Okay. Whatever. Yeah, well, I can leave whenever I want to, but yeah, I'm gonna start the gym now. Because I can always go in, fight them, and then go back out and heal. Unlike in... The only game that doesn't do this is Galar. It's level cap 20. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I'm gonna fight the first trainer, and we'll see where it goes. If I'm under leveled, then I'll just go and grind a little. But what is a Nuzlocke without a little risk? So I can always head to Pinwheel Forest and get a couple more levels that I need to. Okay, well that's just annoying. That's the other reason I don't like pat rats. They have detect so early at this point in the game. The fact that you have a move that like is essentially just protect this early in the game is kind of ridiculous. Though I do like the fact that people are like, hey, go Pinwheel Force, you want a fighting type. Oh, she's weak against fighting types. Maybe you want a fighting type. I'm like, well, I can go see if I can find a fighting type. I'm not going to face Lenora herself until I'm like, you know, I have my team a little... Okay, there it is. Now he's evolving. I do definitely like Pignite more than its other two evolutionary forms, but, you know, Pokemon gotta evolve. And we got Pignite. Which I definitely think wins this generation's award for ugly middle stage starter. Now we know Arm Thrust, which will be useful. Yeah, I know. Favorite type of battle equipment. Okay. There's a memo between the pages. Pokemon trainers, I'm the gym leader Lenora. I hit 4 memos in this library. Each of them has a question. Can you solve the questions and come find me? Now this is the first question. What's the first Pokemon you met in this gym? It's the Mill Road. Gonna go on a limb and assume it's you. I just pressed that too fast, honestly. I know it wasn't that big. Second question. Flame burns in the head, gives off smoke from your head when it runs. What is this book? So it's not Tepig. Pretty sure it's the thing about train. Structure of a locomotive, yeah, that's what we're looking for. Because, I was like, there's actually only 2 regions in the Pokemon canon that have train systems. But there are actually 2 very different versions, because the only one is Johto, which has its bullet train, which is based off Japan's bullet trains. So they're pretty much only used to go across regions, in like a blink of an eye. And then Unova has 2 kinds of train systems. It has its freight systems, which are used to transport like most of its industrial materials between its larger middle cities and its outer cities. And then it has its subway system, which starts in Nimbasa and works its way out from like Castelia and the other cities. And by Black and White 2 has expanded significantly to the other locations. So tell me. What was my favorite region, especially Castelia, the biggest city in Pokemon games? Yeah. That's the other interesting thing, is that there's not really any major cities in any other... That's what I'm saying. Unova is a fascinating region to me because it's very different from every other region. It's the only really industrialized region, and probably because it's the only one that's based off America. And namely a big city at that. So, it's like the... Unova is probably, if I had to go in between all the different Pokemon regions, Unova is probably the most advanced technologically in terms of just their city infrastructure. They have like mass transit, they have like boat systems, train systems, bus systems, they have large skyscraper cities, giant bridges, like they have the most amount of industrial architecture and stuff like that. Okay, and then what's my next memo? Third question, if you heat it up in pie, it's delicious, what is it? Okay, we're looking for something on tea, I think. Okay. No. Not that one. Okay, and children's books. Sweets for Pokemon. Unless they're talking about Poffins. No. I mean, I'll read this one and see if it's this one. Anyway, but, far away Center region, the Pokemon love them. So here's an interesting thing. Every region, okay, last question. From this bookshelf, move 2 backwards, move 1 to the left, 2 forward, and 1 to the right. So 2 backwards, 1 to the left, 2 forwards, and 1 to the right. Move 1 backwards. Now where is it? That should be right behind us. Should be the girl who was ringed by Tepig. Okay, so we're gonna beat her, and then we're going to go back to the forest to do a little bit more training for the rest of our team, because I'm pretty confident in Hamilton with his fighting type move, but I want to make sure some of the rest of my Pokemon are a little bit stronger. Because again, we're fighting things that are in like the I want everything in my team, if possible, to be in like the level 15 range. So we're gonna do a little grinding. I'll do a little chatting, as I typically tend to do. But yes. Okay, good job. And so, the only one I can kind of put close to that would maybe be Galar. But, there aren't any other really industrialized regions. I even like the fact that between Black 2 and White 2, like, I believe in White, it has a less industrialized world, and Black, it has a more industrialized world. So, like, Black 2, you see more architecture, you see more resorts, you see more, the desert itself, I believe, is most obvious, where you do this, outside Nimbasa. And so, in White, I believe, there's, like, more natural, landscape, as, you know, there's not as much industrialization. Me and my friends are going to make our own fan region where some of us good in mod typing will be gym leaders there, me for example. That's cool. I remember when I was younger with my sister, when we made Pokemon stuff, we came up with like a like massive, like, we wanted to come up with a city of our own where we could be like gym leaders. Like, I would be a gym leader. Well, actually, I wanted to be a Pokemon professor who was also a gym leader, and then my sister would be like a master coordinator. And we called it Amethyst City. And the idea was that like people from all different regions could come to this one location to like battle and do contests. Yes. I have a Tip-Pick myself. So we'll do that. Open this up. We're not going to face her just yet. And so, and we would have, like, you know, our significant, like, Pokemon. I think hers, like, at the time was, like, she had, like, her ideas with, like, her partners would be, like a Dratini and a Torchic, and mine was, like, Umbreon and Lugia, obviously. But, like, we came up with our own, like, region where we'd do stuff, and, like, different characters we liked were allowed there, but characters we didn't like weren't allowed there, and stuff like that. So if I had to choose a typing, I would probably lean towards Steel type. I really like Steel type. Probably secondary, though, might be Poison type. I'm really fond of Poison types as well. Like, I originally didn't like Poison type a lot, but then, like, I don't know, I think I, like, did, like, a Kalos playthrough and, like, another Unova playthrough, and I came to realize, I was, like, looking through, like, all the different Pokemon, Poison type Pokemon. I came to realize, I'm like, actually, I love a lot of these Pokemon. I actually like a lot of Poison type Pokemon. So, like, for instance, when we get to Pinwheel Forest, I really am hoping for a, Venipede, because I love Scolipede. It's a very, very cool bug. It's also the heaviest bug, I believe. Because it's essentially like a horse, but it's a centipede. I'm gonna save here actually real fast. Okay, I'm gonna switch you. I'm gonna go a little farther ahead here. Okay, so you don't want to fight me, I guess? Rock Smash. Okay, we can always teach that to some of our Pokemon. I like, again, Unova, like, if you talk to people, will do a lot to help you. You don't talk to that person, then you're gonna be like, where's the I like the Rock Smash is not an HM in this move, because I always used it in early games, especially Nuzlocks, to have an early fighting type move. So I'm kind of glad that it is available. Oh, I can teach him Matcha. That'd be useful. Thick, Leer. Well, Rock Smash can lower defense, so we'll forget Leer. Be nice to have two forms of fighting type moves. So I'm kind of concerned about that Watchog. What do we got here? We're gonna forget Tackle, because we don't really need it. It does have such a fart-sounding call. And let's see, so I probably go Poison type. I would love to do a Poison type. I could be a Steel type gym leader, definitely. Lawfond is for the Steel type. What other types would there be? I could do Fire type as well. Fire type has a lot of fun ones in them. I don't know if that'd be my favorite. Dragon type, I've always loved Dragon type gym leaders, I will say. I've always loved Dragon type gym leaders. At least when they were back when they were like considered Dragon Masters, like it was a big, important thing to, Wait, let me talk to her, because then after I beat her... The cool thing in this game is, like in Unova in particular, whenever you beat a nurse or a doctor in battle, they'll then heal your Pokemon for you afterwards. So they're always a good source of, like... Again, when I was playing through White, where I had no in-game items, I could only fight things through, you know... like, Pokemon centers and stuff. Finding the people that could heal you in the middle of a route was very crucial. Daddy Reflex. Another fun fact, you're breathing manually right now. I guess so. How to keep track of who's in chat. Okay, I was hoping that was going to do more damage than it did, but that's fine. If I'm correct, Muna doesn't have access to any things that aren't Psychic type moves, so Angelica should be fine to defeat this thing without really any danger. You know, a competitive strategy I remember one time is like when Trick Room was a really big thing. I think pretty sure it was in Gen 8's metagame. Trick Room became a very popular like move. So sometimes like people will run Trick Room on their Pokemon just to undo another team's Trick Room. I remember for a little while some people used Imprison actually, along with Trick Room, so that you can imprison and like keep the opponent from using Trick Room. I don't believe I need it. Well, let me see. What do I have in my thing right now? Lucky Chant, Yawn, Psybeam, I don't think I'm really gonna use Imprison. I find it more useful to have Lucky Chant up. Because critical hits are way more dangerous. Thank you, Nurse Sherry. Appreciate it. Yeah. That is the other thing that makes like bug Pokemon annoying, is that like you can go and like fight them and they're not very powerful, but like that's the reason like I don't like Weedles. Like in early games, especially when you're playing through like, you know, the Kanto regions, and they're not powerful, they're never gonna kill you, but the problem is they will go and poison you, and then if you're in a Nuzlocke, poison can be so dangerous in the early game before you have access to antidotes, because you literally might run out of HP before you get to the Pokemon Center. I literally almost lost a Pokemon once in a Nuzlocke because I didn't have any antidotes on me and it got poisoned. So I actually went and had to like just keep healing it until I could, and I just got to, like, I had to be very careful with my steps. I had to keep healing it because, you know, in the earlier generations, at least up until Gen 7, I believe. pretty sure until Gen 7. Poison would continue to do damage as you walked around. So it's we're gonna switch to it has Stun Spore. We're gonna switch to Angelica because she has Limber, so she's not affected by Stun Spore. But Poison would do damage outside of battle too, so like your Pokemon could just straight up die before you got to the Pokemon Center sometimes. And there we go. I'm gonna use... Honestly, probably could have switched Hamilton and he would have been fine, but you know, we'll do some damage this way. And so, but like, I was trying to get to a Pokemon Center and like, I just... Okay, well that's getting a little risky there. Let me switch to one of my Pokemon types. But, so I like had to keep healing them with this items like berries and potions and stuff like that, and just being careful on how many steps I took to get back to the Pokemon Center before my Pokemon like died from poisoning. And I literally had him like on 3 HP before I got to the Pokemon Center. So it very nearly died from poisoning, but like the first 2 generations, Pokemon dying from poison in the early routes when you don't have access to anything to heal poison with is a very reasonable way you can lose your Pokemon. Especially again in that first forest where there's a bunch of Weedles and absolutely everything can poison you. And there's no easy way to get in and out of anywhere. My gym is specialized in grass type, and some people are really annoying when they try to make me scared by saying they bring 6 bug types to fight with me. Even worse, they start laughing on that. They don't respect grass type and they don't respect me as gym leader. They're only talking about how bug mono type is good. Easiest mono type. Okay, people, I just have beside my gym says no bug type users allowed. So this game you play, is it like, you know, is it like an online thing with multiplayer or something? Like where other people can like, you know, interact with you? Is it like a live service game or something? I'm curious. Or like, are you talking about like, is there like a mechanic where like players come and challenge you, or like... Oh, I forgot to stay alive, please. Did see it on well. Let me see if I can get this guy down there a bit. I should be able to take this thing out with another gust. You make sure that I'm paying attention to what I'm doing, because that's usually when I'll lose Pokemon, is when I'm like not paying attention while I'm trying to grind. Thank you, preschooler Juliet. But honestly, no, grass type has some issues in defensively, but it has a lot to going for it in terms of its tech abilities, with having like, you know, all the powder moves and stuff, and a lot of specialty moves. Not to mention, like, you know, they're pretty useful, and like, you know, a lot of them are pretty good with sun and stuff like that, or even like they have a lot of weather usages. If I was gonna face a monotype grass, like bug would be helpful. But I would honestly go fire or flying. Something that more reliably resists, because bug's not a very strong type. It's a fine secondary type, but it's not a great type on its own. Unless you're like a bug grass type, like, you know, like Swaddle or something. Okay, here's the last interesting part of the stream where we go and try and get a couple levels here. Unfortunately, I don't have a means of, like, you know, some people when they do these, they'll like use a speed up thing in order to, like, you know, grind a little faster. But I don't know if my computer would handle that realistically, so I don't have that. I'm not using that setting on my computer. It doesn't matter, actually. I've beat Pokemon in this gym of mine by using a hardest mon type, but I don't even boast of that. What would you consider the hardest mono type to do? For me, the hardest mono type would not just be like the worst typing, it would also be the one that has the shallowest pool. So I would think actually like the hardest type would be something like ice. Because there's not a ton of ice types. There's not a ton of dual ice types, namely. And it's a pretty poor defensive typing. It's pretty good offensive typing, but it's also pretty poor defensive typing. It's weak to a lot of things. Because, ice is the rarest type. That's what I'm saying, like, monotype with only ice types would be the most difficult because there's not a lot of ice types to choose from. I think we could just take another hit. Okay, well that hurt. But Dragon type is also a very good defensive type, is the difference. There's, Dragon type's also very rare, but Dragon type is a pretty good defensive type, and it's usually a pretty good offensive type as well. Ice type has the issue of it has a lot of weaknesses, with like Steel, Fire, Fighting, and Rock. And it doesn't have really any defensive typing. Like, nothing that it resists pretty well. Dragon resists all the basic elemental typing, so like Grass, Fire, Electricity, Water, and, you know, and that's assuming the dragon doesn't have a secondary typing that gives it even more resistances. This is why things like Water Dragon are such a ridiculous combo, because for a while Dragon type was only weak to Ice in Dragon, so it meant if you were Water Dragon type, you hypothetically had really no weaknesses, because Water type resisted the Ice. Grass has the biggest number of weaknesses. Yeah, it does, but it also, Grass has a lot of dual type too, and like I said, it has a lot of, not to say it's not necessarily a, difficult type to do with, but Grass types have a lot of dual typing. Grass types have also a lot of tech moves, so we're talking Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, Growth, Rage Powder, Sunny Day usually they have, Mega Drain, Giga Drain, lots of specialty tech moves. That means that if you're a crafty user, you can be very annoying to deal with. Saying as someone who's fought people who did monotype grass. But, Grass also is really good at self-sustaining. It has a lot of heal moves. It has a fairly good amount of dual type, to it. I think Bug is definitely the weaker type to deal with, because Bug has most of Grass's weaknesses without a lot of its capabilities. Bug didn't really get any good attacking moves until really the 4th generation. Sure.
Hi, stream stolen.
This is my sister. She's the one who named Boof.
Here's the...
Yeah, it's right there.
I'm breaking your phone. Sorry, I'm sorry.
She's not really sorry.
No, I can hear it.
Put it over the camera if you want. I don't really need the top screen.
I'll just put it in this corner.
Well, but then it's covering up my Pokemon image and badges.
I just thought this was on a different... I didn't know this was on here. Looks like you're working... Actually, you keep playing. I'm gonna see if I can keep playing your thing. Let me see if I can... Give me a second. I'm working on it.
I can play in the bottom corner if you want.
I'm watching you downstairs and I don't know. I just want to know what your chat's saying. So I hear you talking about stuff. I was like, I want to know what the chat's saying. Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So somebody type something in chat so I can see if this works.
Yeah.
You said it was in the chat. Why did you think?
What?
You hear it like slow down.
Yeah, because I'm running on my computer.
Okay, it's just
My PC. I like how I'm literally right now. I have an account log. I'm literally streaming right now. How could I could not be streaming right now unless I had a Twitch account. It is working, just the person is... You know, I can move it for you if you want.
Sorry, I'm trying to say Me too. So sorry.
She's not sorry.
Amy, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm like super, really, very sorry. Look how sad I am.
I think I just changed the style. Then you need to go down more if you wanna.
I don't have that. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's somewhere in there. Yeah, so you want the width to be longer. This is my difficulty with trying to do things in Streamlabs, I'll be honest. Is that you have to control everything so precisely. How far were you trying to get it to go?
Okay, here you go. Sorry. Introduction. I want for introductions. I'm Evie's sister, but also the stream manager. But normally we run this where you don't see my face.
Well, normally we run this off Prism, and I think that's 10 times easier
normally
than...
there's like a laptop down there.
10 times easier than doing it on Streamlabs, which is not letting me chat because it says, you're not logged in. I'm like, how the heck am I streaming right now then?
Okay. Let me do it. But I see these chats coming. Okay, so back to what you were saying. In my opinion, the thing she's gonna point out is, what is the weakest Pokemon type?
Because my main streamer where I'm a moderator has started. Have a good stream and good luck with your run. Thanks.
Yay!
It is your twin. She arrived.
What's
Thanks for stopping by, Ignis. Yes, that is my sister. We are related. Yes.
Yep, I'm just gonna come here.
You're hitting my space again.
Sorry, I'm just gonna...
Do you want me to do it?
Nope, I'm just gonna scooch in here real quick.
I think this
Don't
is...
move your legs while I'm trying to move it. Put your legs back up. Put your legs back up. Thank you. It's so small, I can't even read it.
Well, you also gotta remember that this is on a larger screen than what is actually on right now. You
Is
can
that-
also... You can also barely read
from
the...
the chatter's point of view, is that okay? Let me put this right here.
It's about the same size as I have my Pokemon names.
Is that okay? Still not even though she can see it. LOL. So do you like the Twitch chat
Also,
down
if
here?
the,
Do you
if the
want
Twitch is in the chat, they know what the chat is because
Okay.
they're chatting.
Sorry.
That's really just so we can laugh at Dad for, like, you know, how he is. And if you want it to be bigger, I can just...
No, it's fine. I
Change the box.
I'm trying to watch it and I just can't see the. No, it's fine. Just leave it. Just leave it. I'll fix it later. This looks good.
I don't I mean, this is literally just functional at best.
X it out. It looks
I
good.
don't tend to ever get good at Streamlabs because I do not desire to use it for anything but this. And even I don't really desire to use it for this, but I have to because this is how I can make it look cool in Pokemon.
Back to what you're doing. I'm gonna go super boost stuff.
Now you have to be present in the chat because you went through all the effort to make the chat box
I
show
am.
up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm watching it downstairs, but I wanted to see my Twitch chat. I on here. I have to show you. Wait, let me go grab a couple of the sitting. I mean, we have like half the Unova Sitting Cuties collection. I just don't think it's appropriate for us to not have it in this room at this time. You know?
Alright.
You can do what you're doing. Don't make distracting. That's what I already did.
It's okay, you already did immense distracting already. Oh cool, shaking grass. Nice. I can't catch this because, wait. What route is it? I haven't done my encounter for this route, I don't think, actually, now I think about it. So I was fighting Pydos, but I couldn't have caught those because of my dupe's claws. So wait, can I actually catch this? Because I haven't... Now I have to go back and be like, I was so busy doing my grinding, I'm like, wait a minute. Can I actually catch this? Because by dupe's claws, I can't catch anything I've already caught. I would re-roll the encounter for the route. I think I've only run into Pydoves so far. Because and I already have Pydove. Let me see if I can catch this. Okay, well this is gonna take a half a minute. No, I don't think there's any danger about accidentally knocking this thing out, considering it seems to have quite a lot of health. And it has a healing berry, apparently. How's that for a male Audino? Do we have a Musharna?
You keep playing, I'm just gonna...
I like how you're like, I'm gonna not be distracting, like, yeah.
I didn't know you were facing an Audino. I think we have an Audino.
No, I was trying to be like, I was like, oh, I can't get this one. Wait a minute, actually, I don't think I've gotten my encounter for this route. I'm gonna try and catch it in a heal ball because it's a pink Pokemon.
What's your favorite type of Pokeball? If you had to choose one.
Probably between Dusk Ball and Luxury Ball.
I was about to say the same thing. I was going to say Dusk Ball stands Rise Up. That's so funny because I was going to say mine are between a Dusk Ball and a Luxury Ball. Because in Platinum, I like the way when they open they had different like effects. You don't have this one, but I have this one.
This Swaddling. I am about to go into the area where Swaddle is. Okay, so we have a male nurse. We're getting a lot of males in this team.
Out of here. Come on, male nurse, male wife.
It's a male healer that gives you strong wife energies.
Lucius. What's that guy's name from Lucius? One that looks like a girl. Or a Libra. Shout out to Libra, but then you have to have a Virion, and then they can never be together.
Well, I don't have a Virion right now, so I do have a Woobat.
If it survives. This is what Boof will turn into if he survives that long.
Yeah, we do not know if he'll make that far. But we can hope.
And we have every starter except the one you took, because I don't know why you took that one. That one sucks.
Because it's a Nuzlocke and fire type is always useful.
I took this one. Maybe took this one our first time we played.
Although oddly enough, I actually got both of those, so.
Doing great. I'm gonna have them sit and be cuties over here. Alright, so I'll let you get back to gaming. I'm gonna go...
So do you want me to name him Libra?
Yeah, Libra or Lucius. Wow. Can you play black version? We have a Reshiram, it's just I don't want to take it out.
Yeah, black version is for Reshiram.
Shut up. That always confused me!
It's the opposite whichever color it is, because that's the one N has. And also, you wouldn't be able to see Zekrom on a black cover.
Whatever. I'm gonna go work.
Okay, got Libra. Cool, now I'm gonna actually go back to the Pokemon Center so I can, see what nature this guy got. And never mind, I'm gonna run into an encounter before that. Okay, that would have been the more useful encounter to get, but sure, why not? Happy to get an Audino, because I do love Audino. I have a lot of fondness for normal types. And I like Audinos because I've actually been making a lot of those sort of Pokemon in the last while. That would have been ideal to catch, too. It's confused and it's like a low HP. Alright. I could have caught that for my encounter, too, but oh well. I already have a fighting type with my with Hamilton, so it's fine, but... I just, you know, fighting Audino is better because Audino gives you a lot of EXP. It's like a Chansey. I actually have a handful of Audino characters in my P&D groups. I had one that was a clumsy nurse named Harper, and then I had one that was, you know, a police officer essentially named Perry. Her full name was Pearson, but her nickname was Perry. Her partner was a flying type, and they were very cute together. Okay, you need to move here. Yeah. Pinwheel Forest. So yeah, that's the Pinwheel Forest encounter. Oh, darn it. And you have low special attack too, right? Great, that's fine. Whatever. Well, we'll leave you here for now. And if someone dies in the gym, then we'll come back and get you. But for right now, we're gonna leave Libra in the box. Just in case someone dies. I'm going in the Nacrene Gym, so that's the normal type gym with Lenora. All the Pokemon I was facing in there were like level 17, so since considering that I only have one Pokemon that's like level 17, I'm trying to get the rest of my team up a little higher in levels. Like, get my full team up to like level 15 or so if I can. See, now I'm kind of feeling bad that I got this for you, Madeline. Now I'm feeling kind of bad I caught the Audino first, because I'm like, now I could have used the Tympole too, I don't have a water type yet. Now I'm running into a bunch of other Pokemon I could have used, yeah, she has a Watchog with Hypnosis and Retaliate. So it can be very, very, like, when I played through White the first time, I definitely lost some Pokemon to her, Watchog. But that's also why I took Tepig, was because I'm like, Fire type will be good for the first gym, and fighting type will be good for the second gym, and the fire type will be good for the third gym. No, I did have to, yes, but my point is that by random luck of the draw, it would have been nice to find a fighting type or a water type, because those would have been really helpful in the gym. But no, yeah. By Nuzlocke rules, since I have Dupe's Claw, so it means that, like, if it's something I've already encountered, or I already have in my party, then I can reroll the encounter and pool again, but, like, yeah, it was my first encounter, so, yeah, I did have to take it regardless. Just, Audino only shows up in shaking patches of grass, so I went into that shaking patch of grass. I could have ideally just ignored it and then just walked in the grass normally. And potentially run into, like, the Tympole or a fighting type, but yeah. It's fine. I don't mind picking up an Audino. I like Audino. But, just now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, I could have also just ignored that patch of grass and gotten a different encounter, but that's fine. It's fine. And actually, now that I think about it, could go into the other route to go and try and get some grass types, but I also will divide up, I'm just saying this now, but like I'm going to divide up Pinwheel Forest into two chunks. There's Pinwheel Forest outside and Pinwheel Forest inner, because Pinwheel Forest is a huge area that actually has like a couple of different like encounter areas. So I count it for multiple encounters because essentially it's such a large area, it doesn't make sense to really count it as one location alone. So for me it just makes more sense to have it as multiple. But also because then maybe I'll be able to pick up a grass or a bug type in that area. But we'll see. Pinwheel Forest sounds so whimsical. Yeah, Bound Leaf vibes, yeah. Having 2D sprites right next to the 3D sprites so much. Yeah, I know, right? Is that the... Oh, heart stamp. That's Swoobat's signature move. So yes, I'll be happy to learn that. Remember when we used to, like, you know, we had Swoobat and Woobat, and we're just like, we thought that, like, for the longest time, I remember people when they saw the leaked art of Woobat when it first came out, everyone thought the heart in the center was its eye, and that, you know, it had like little paws and it was like a little monster. And then it wasn't until like later on when they saw Swoobat and they realized that, oh, it's supposed to be like a pig bat. All right, that makes more sense. But everyone was like, I was definitely in the camp that was like, I thought that, like, has anyone else had that issue where they thought like the heart shape on Woobat's face was its eye, not its nose? I honestly used to think it was its eye. It was just a little like fuzz monster, you know? I had a Temple in my white playthrough. She made it to, I don't even know if she made it actually to, I don't know if she made it to her second evolution. She died pretty early on, I remember that. And so many Unova Pokemon got mega nerfed when moved over to 2D types. I'm 3D sprite truther. Yeah, Woobat does not look great in 3D, but no, you know who truly lost the worst in terms of the 3D sprite move over was Electros. Electros looks like this big Godzilla monster in its 2D sprites, and then its 3D sprites, it's like, it's just Neil. Just a Neil. Not too much interesting going on here. Okay, you're starting to get low on health, so we'll switch. Like, Electros looks like an intimidating monster in Unova, and then it literally gets to look that way for one generation, because then they go to Kalos, where they have the 3D sprites, and it was made as one of the flying sprites, so they just have it, like, swimming through the air instead of standing upright, and it looks so boring. The only place that has Electros with its 3D sprite in the right positioning is literally the Pokemon, like, picture decks application that you can buy for the 3DS, which I literally bought for the 3DS for like $5, so Malin could have all the Unova sprites in full 3D and use them to reference for drawings. Because, you know, I care. Purloin also, I agree. Purloin is much like, Tough Temple, oh my gosh. I'm just now noticing this thing's level 15. I'm like, why are you so strong? Alright, well that, could have gone better. Just trying to get out the grass. I never trained a Timber either. I kind of would have liked to have trained a Timber. Because I wonder if they would be any good. That's what I'm saying, yeah. In the Pokemon Masters unit with Electros has it sitting in its original pose. But then once it's in its battle, it just has this little wiggle noodle animation. Oh, I think I hit the wrong, I meant to hit Psybeam, not Psywave, but... Come on! That's why I hate Bide. That's exactly why I hate Bide. Whoever was arguing with me before, it's a good move. Killed my Muna. Okay, well, now I hate Timber, too. That is exactly why I hate Bide. I cannot emphasize that. Look how much HP this thing has. Look how much HP this thing has. Maybe 1 HP left. And for some reasons, if I had didn't hit Psybeam in the first time. I hit Psy Wave by accident. If I hit Psybeam the first time, it would have killed it. But then, for some reason, Psybeam didn't kill it. And then it hit first. And I tried to escape, and I couldn't get away. So it killed my Muna. Why didn't it let me run? Oh my gosh, that's so frustrating. I hate Bide so much. Whoever was telling me Bide isn't actually that big a deal, and it's like you can easily like predict around it. Like, you know how Bide works, you can predict around it. I'm like, no, the only thing you can predict about Bide is that it's going to hit you very hard. I should have switched into Angelica. I was hoping I was going to be able to run. I should have switched into Angelica, because then I could have had her die instead. That makes me so angry. I'd be angrier if I didn't already have another psychic type, at least waiting in the wings, but oh my gosh, that makes me so angry. I'm not even facing like a boss, like the gym leader or anything. I'm just trying to train right now. Gosh, I'm so incredibly angry right now. I don't know if I can properly express it. And yeah, I realistically probably was not going to get Musharna because you have to evolve it with a Moonstone, and stone evolutions are pretty late game usually. That's still incredibly frustrating though. Gosh, I'm gonna make a t-shirt out of that. Someone go make a pin. I hate Bide. Because everything in the early game of Black and White seems to know Bide. I have to go change my death counter. Oh man, it's just frustrating. And it's not even in a gym battle. Okay, say your salutes. Bid your farewell. I'm sorry, Madeline. I got your Muna killed. I'm very angry now. Well, I guess we can put Libra in the team then. Come on, go do it. That's what I'm telling you. I lose things. I lose things at like when I'm. Squinch died. He got killed by Bide. It's literally how I lost like so many Pokemon when I played through Pokemon White Nuzlocke. I know, I'm sorry. Literally, this much HP left. This much HP, maybe 1 HP left. You can go watch it on the replay if you want to, but it had this much HP left. I was fighting a Timber. I used Psybeam. Had 1 HP left, maybe. And he was using Bide. And I tried to run from the battle so he wouldn't hit me, and I couldn't escape, and then he one-shot Squinch. I would have switched to Angelica, because I'd be more willing to lose her. Because dark types are not really useful. Especially not in this game. But I would have switched out if I had the option to, but I assumed I could run away from the battle. And I didn't. And he one-shot it. And that's why I hate Bide. Someone in here was earlier trying to explain to me that Bide's actually not that bad. That it's a rather predictable move, and you can even use it and do a lot of damage when you're using it as an attack move. This is why I hate Bide. This is exactly why I have a hatred for Pat Rats and Timber. Is because of the move Bide. I hate it so much. It's the worst. It's such a Nuzlocke killer. That and like counter and like, you know, mirror coat and shadow tag and the obvious things are obviously, but like Bide is the worst. And that's exactly why. I'm just so frustrated that in a brand new game, in a brand new playthrough, where I was leaving all I don't know how to do the emotes, honestly. I'm not sure how to do the emotes. I don't know anything about chat. Someone teach Target Stocks how to do the Sag. I thought this was going to be new. I thought it was going to be different. I was trying to be so careful around Bide this time because I literally, that's the reason I almost lost so early game when I was playing in my white playthrough. Was literally because of Bide. I lost so many Pokemon that way. You wanna fight me, dude? Oh my gosh, Squinge, I'm so sorry. I wanted you to live. Because my white playthrough, that I bonded with Muna. In my white playthrough, when I had to face Berg, and like, it was either gonna be do or die in that playthrough. Like, I had 3 Pokemon. I had my Herdier Menchie, I had my, my Cottony Fluffy, and then I had my Muna named Pitch. And they were, like, literally my ride or die bros. They were the only reason I did not lose that, that Nuzlocke at the 3rd gym, and I actually managed to make it, all the way to, Skyla. And then I never finished the run. But, like, oh my gosh. In that run, I did lose Fluffy, unfortunately. He was my Cottony, and I had just bought a stone for him to evolve. I'm so sorry. It's because you mentioned it earlier, Madeline. You brought in the Musharna plushie, and we're like, this is what he'll look like if he evolves. It cursed me. I'm just gonna continue to moan about how much the move Bide sucks for like the rest of the stream now. Because it's one thing to lose a Pokemon and lose it from like, you know, this is a Nuzlocke, let's be honest. I know I'm gonna lose Pokemon, it's going to happen, I'm gonna be upset. That's why you evolve, that's why you name them so you feel upset about it, but I knew I was gonna lose Pokemon, and that's fine. If I lose them, I lose them, but the fact that I lost it from Bide in the stupidest way. Literally, I cannot tell you how many Pokemon I lost that exact same way, where I was using Bide, it was an opponent that used Bide, and it survived by that much HP, and then it hit me back with, like, ridiculous amounts of damage. I thought I broke the curse. This is why I started a new game. This is why I did it on black version instead of white version, because I didn't want to repeat the past of me losing a bunch of Pokemon from Bide. And Bide has already taken its first victim. You need to make a Bide-themed sticker now, Madeline, to represent my sadness. Just have, like, a dead Muna, and just, like, you know, I lost a Pokemon to Bide or something like that. I don't know. We need some sort of sticker to represent this. Okay, we're gonna leave Matcha in and see if I can do one more attack. So I think he can take another Bubble Beam. Okay, now we're gonna switch. Oh, that makes me sad. Also, why do I have to lose my Psychic type? I have so many other things I find expendable in this team I'd be willing to kill. So why are Tim pulls so fast? Like faster than everything I have on my team. So evidently just the Bide curse is not broken yet. Cool, there's train tracks over here though. Showing Unova's industrial past. Yeah, sorry I'm not chatting a lot. I'm still very upset about that. Because again, I wouldn't mind if... I would have definitely sacrificed Angelica first, because it's cool that she's a... Okay, well, just let me get to the healing person! I would definitely have rather lost her because she's not very powerful. Purloin's not a great Pokemon, honestly. And, oh... You know, and I just, like, I would've been willing to lose her because she's not gonna be very useful for this run, honestly. And I could have at least, like... Or even then, I wouldn't have totally mind losing Haeolia. Because, again, I have Boof, so then that would leave... I would still have a flying type. But... Good job, Boof, for avoiding those supersonics, though. You doing it, bro. You're my kid. That's why I figured you're working on stickers. I'm like, can we get something that's like, you know, I lost a Pokemon to Bide or something like that? I don't know. You know memes better than I do, but I feel like we need something to commemorate the loss of Squinch. Malin gave me 2 Pokemon, and I've already killed one of them. Okay. Switch Matcha to the front because I'm going to try and get him up. He just needs to get to level 15. Maybe level 6. I think we'll try and maybe get Matcha to level 16, maybe, and then we'll go try and face Lenora. Before I kill anyone else trying to grind over here. This back area is so big. It's really surprising. That's why I'm like, I would count this whole area right here as like its own separate area. Like technically, this area could be counted as part of Pinwheel Forest, but like, look how big this area is compared to like the rest of the area. Like, this is like a whole other encounter area on its own. Anyway, moment of silence for Squinch. Our poor Muna boy. He was gone too soon. Of course, now that I switch out of my flying type is the one time I'm going to face someone who has something that's weak to a flying type. Go figure. I hope I can find a Venipede. It'd be nice. I really love Scolipede. So, fingers crossed for finding a Venipede in, Pinwheel Forest. I would also take a Swaddle if I could find a Swaddle. But really hoping to find a Venipede. Love me some Venipedes. It's also, when you think about it, now that I'm looking at my team, like, there's a lot of Unova Pokemon that evolve by stone. Like, the 3 Elemental Monkeys evolved by stone, Lilligant and Cottony, essentially a lot of the version exclusives. Lilligant and Cottony evolved by stone, Muna evolves by stone, what was the other one I was thinking of a minute ago? I'm just thinking of a different one. I think Electros evolves by stone. What else? I feel like there's another one I'm missing. There's a lot, you know, Pokemon that evolve by an elemental stone of some sort. And this might be because there's not a lot in all the other regions that evolve by stones, but... Okay, you're a black belt, so I'm gonna go out on a limb and say you probably are gonna be someone I'm gonna want to fight with a flying type in the front. Like, look how huge this area is back here. This is all technically speaking part Pinwheel Forest. That's why, like, I count it as, like, you know, the inner and outer Pinwheel Forest as 2 different things. I could be fighting this Timber with my Luna if he was still alive, but I guess we just can't have nice things. Timber can also just be a general problem because it has Focus Energy and Karate Chop, which means you can get hit by crits very, very easily. Why do you have Rock Throw? That's just not fair. Okay, this is the other reason I hate Timbers. Pabra and Timber. This is why I hate them. I just want to finish exploring this area for items. It's 1 patch of grass. How am I running into an encounter in 1 patch of grass? It's a stupid Timber. I don't think Gigalith evolves by stone. I think Gigalith evolves by trading. I'm trying to think of what other... I know there's something else that evolves by stone in Unova. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh! Viewers, do you see how much HP this Timber has right now? Do you see how much HP this Timber has right now? Maybe 1 HP left? I've not even faced the gym leader yet. I'm grinding, for crying out loud. So that I don't die against the gym leader. This is the second Timber that's killed my psychic type. What else am I supposed to fight it with? I really wanted to use a Woobat this time. I've never trained one. I don't think I can express how much I hate Timber right now. I cannot fully express how angry I am. I just lost 5 minutes ago my other psychic type from a Timber that survived a hit that it shouldn't have survived, hitting it with a powerful psychic type move. And now we have another Timber that survived a psychic type move that it shouldn't have survived. And yet it survived by like 1 HP. I want to just quit the run right now. Not going to lie. That's both my psychic types. I needed those. And now I am stuck with only one flying type. I'm gonna get screwed at the bug type gym if I'm not careful. That's one of my flying types and my psychic type. Yet I can keep my frickin' Purloin alive, which I am kind of starting to spite for the fact that she's alive. I better fry a frickin' Venipede in Pinball Forest. I'm just gonna end this game. Just call it here. I need a reason to actually keep going with this run right now. Oh my gosh. I'm not even faced the gym leader yet. I'm probably gonna lose somebody in the gym leader fight. I'm pretty much counting on the fact that I'm probably gonna lose at least one thing in the gym leader fight. I've lost 2 things just trying to grind. I was only raising... Someone told me, are you sure you're ready for the gym leader fight? Because she has level 20 Pokemon and the highest thing you have is level 18 and everything else you have is level 12. And I'm like, well, I'm gonna try and maybe I'll win. I'll be fine. I have my starters strong enough. And then I'm like, okay, well, maybe, sure. Let me go train a little bit more. I might not be strong enough for this next boss. Let me go cautiously. I've only had 1 death so far. Let me be cautious. Let me be cautious and train up a little bit more, so I'll be fine. No, instead I lose my 2 psychic types, which I really need to deal with the tougher typings and then coming up. I have nothing to deal with poison type right now. I have nothing to deal with bulkier things, like rock types. Yeah, and also I killed the two Pokemon my sister named. She's now telling me to respond to her messages. Look at my messages. My mom also takes pleasure in my anger, so thanks, Mom. I'm glad my mom finds amusement in my pain, at least. Suffering for you guys. The best part is the people who wanted me to do a Nuzlocke run in the first place aren't even here! I'm doing this for them and they're not even here! Guess I gotta finish this fight. I don't have a lot of things. I don't have anything that resists rock, is the best part. I just want to punch something really badly right now, I'm not gonna lie. Like, really, really badly. Stupid timber. If I was a swearing person, I'd be swearing right now. I don't. But I'm saying it in my head. That is so incredibly frustrating. I hate you, and I hate your Pokemon, and I hope you go die in a pit somewhere. Stupid Pokeball. This better be something good. And I appreciate your swearing for me. I came here just to train up my Pokemon so my team was in a better shape to go and face the gym leader. Now I am in a much worse state than when I originally went to face the gym leader. So I'm now down the 2 Pokemon that would have made the fight much easier. I really needed those. I really needed those. I wanted my... The Munna hurt. The Munna hurt. I'm not gonna lie. But I already actually used the Munna in my white playthrough, and he actually did get pretty far. So I was like, okay, fine. That hurts, but I can live with that because I actually have already used the Munna once. But now I'm losing my Woobat too, who I really wanted to at least evolve. It's both my psychic types, one of my flying types, and now I'm stuck with all the trash I didn't actually really want. Lovely. Well, let's screw it all then, I guess. Let's just go fight the gym leader. I've lost everything I loved in this team anyway, so who cares if they die? I went into that gym with 6 Pokemon. I'm walking in now with 5. I am so incredibly angry right now. I just want to kind of just go out and try and kill something else. How much will Matcha take to level up? I would like him to be 15 if I could. Okay. He'll take one more encounter. So we'll fight something else to get Matcha to level 15 because I like 15. I have to look up at the chat and see what my sister's doing. See, Cheese and Crackers, Sugar Honey Iced Tea, Skibbity Riz, R.I.P. Boof, Trash Gang Rise Up. You're so dramatic. Homie, I'm trying to hype you up, but you're ignoring me, alas. You can pay attention to me. Raw. I've read your messages now. I was already speaking angrily. My voice is getting tired now. You interrupted, and of course you gotta hit yourself in confusion. Why not? I was already being angry with gusto. I'm not being angry with gusto anymore. I'm being resigned angry now. I'm being angry at the game angry. Skibbity Riz. Is that what you want me to say, angry? Okay. Matcha leveled up to level 15. We're just gonna go in. No talk me, Angie. Then you try to be angry while also doing your little, like, finger thing at the same time. I'm just... Oh, I guess I do officially have to change my death counter. Which I just changed about 5 minutes ago. Now I have to change it again. Gosh. This is the hard thing about using Nuzlocke sometimes is then you're going in and like, I like this game, I like this region, this is one of my favorite things, it has a lot of Pokemon I really like. And then they die. I just honestly kind of resent the Purloin in my party, which I'm really keeping around for death fodder if I need to, like, suddenly switch out a Pokemon. I'll switch out to my, start naming them from Trash in the Gang from FNAF. I don't even remember the names of the things from Trash in the Game, to be honest. Like, I know there's Trash in the Gang, but, like, I don't actually know what their names are. Oh, so let me go get, I'm gonna give my, let me give my starter a Chesto Berry because, just in case, because I know, Winona had, not Winona, Lenora, her Watchog has Hypnosis. And that will be problematic for me. We give Matcha that, and we're gonna give a Chesto Berry to Aola. Because those are my 3 strongest things I got right now. Mop Dude. I mean, if I find something that looks like a mop, I'll name it Mop Dude, but... Hey, Lenora. Remember when I came in here full of hope and ambition and dreams? Now I'm just angry and full of, like, depression. So, you know, I've gone from a kid to an adult now. Like, I don't even want this Purloin. Yet it's still alive. How bad it is. Okay, we're just going in. What happens is gonna happen. We're gonna try not to get everyone killed, but I honestly, I'm gonna try to be not emotional. Distracto Bob. That is funny. I'm gonna try not to be an emotional driver right now and try and think through this logically and stuff, but... I'm telling you right now, this is not going to end well. I never use her either. Honestly, when you look at Lenora, when I originally saw her sprite, I thought she was a cook. Apparently she's supposed to be like an archaeologist. But she looks like she's wearing an apron like a cook. And it's level 18. Oh my gosh, just screw me. I don't know. How many Pokemon does she have? 2? Alright, we're gonna try and see if we can get a defense takedown. Are you kidding me? One attack. That was full HP. I'm going to wipe this right now. Oh my gosh. I don't know how I'm going to survive this. I know! I needed that. I know I should have trained Matcha up higher to like level 18 because I knew I was going into a level 18 fight. But I was afraid he was gonna die. Everything kept dying while I was trying to grind. Okay, I'm gonna take a brief snack break here. I have some snacks here. I'm gonna eat my snacks briefly here. This is exactly the same problem I ran into when I was playing my white playthrough. I know, I'm cooked. This Herdier is just gonna kill me with takedown. What do I have?
Sorry, Madeline. Libra is probably gonna die. Just saying it because he's also pretty low level. Okay. I'm gonna put Hamilton in, see if we can just arm thrust this guy to death. And then, when we do that, if we can take down Herdier, hopefully, even if it does damage to me, it will do more damage to itself, because Takedown does have recoil. Then I can switch into Angelica, which will give me enough time to heal Hamilton if he needs it. I can maybe beat that Watchog. Let's go with that. Okay, I need to keep up. So, to be that kind of move, I'm starting. What kind of move? You literally just one-shot my Hand Sage. It's a good reason for battling because all the Pokemon that are actually super useful. Like Sinnoh is hard because the terrain is annoying, but I feel like the Pokemon in Unova are just built well due to the limited situs. Yeah, it is. That's okay. I don't really care for Audino as much. That's more your guy. I love buying to weird little Pokemon that you normally wouldn't choose. RP Hamilton. Oh no, Angelica's not getting out of this alive. She's definitely healing fodder for this battle. She does look like a chef though, doesn't she? Okay, we're gonna go. I mean, on the plus side, since it used Intimidate, but thankfully it didn't intimidate Hamilton, so at least that's something. So, we're gonna go Arm Thrust. Rock Smash is more reliable, but Arm Thrust we might get more than 2 hits, hopefully. Oh yeah. 5 hits would be nice. Okay. That's 1 down. There's the bot, for whatever reason. Normal flying types are the most useful, except for well, I want to keep a flying type just in case, because the next one's bug. So, okay. Viewer bot in the chat. Okay, so we're gonna keep Hamilton in. We're gonna try for a arm thrust. If he gets badly damaged, though, he has a Chesto Berry, so if she goes for Hypnosis, I should be fine. Wait, Madeline, does her Watchog have Retaliate? Can you tell me if her Watchog has Retaliate? Because that's really important to know. Yes? Okay. Then I definitely need to switch at least for that. If I'm lucky and it goes for Leer first, and then we'll go with that, but I'm like... Okay, that's fine. Retaliate just hits like a truck, so I'm gonna try and... Yeah. That. What do you got? You have Growl, Helping Hand, Refreshing Double Step. Okay, we're gonna try and get Growl off to at least lower its attack so it doesn't hit as hard. Audino should be able to make 1 hit because it has a lot of HP, even at a low level. It's gonna waste a turn using Leer, which is fine. We're gonna try and lower its attack with Growl as much as possible. I know, isn't that cool? I know, that's the cool thing about PokeLink, it's built for Nuzlocks, so it actually will go and, like, tell you, oh, they're dead. I'm gonna just get as many Growls in as I possibly can. Get its attack as low as possible.
Okay, now we're gonna try and go for arm thrust. Go for the best. And even if hypnosis does hit, we do have a Chesto Berry on. So we can deal with that at least once. Okay, good. We effectively nerfed, if he went first that time, it means that, we're speed tying, so it will coin flip who goes first. So it means that Hamilton and Watchog's speed probably was close to the same, so it means that it would do coin flip on who goes first. Hamilton learned Smog. Good job, Hamilton. High five to death. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, so before we do this, moment of silence for our boys, Matcha and Libra. Screw Angelica. I didn't want her anyway. But Matcha getting killed at full HP by a takedown is just ridiculous. He has like 50 HP and then a salute to Libra without whose growls knocking down the Watchog's attack stat. Hamilton probably would have died from that Retaliate. Retaliate hits really, really hard after something else has already fainted. He gave up his life so Hamilton could go on. My boys, you will be missed. When we got that badge, we are now left with 2 Pokemon. This is literally the exact same thing I ran into my white Nuzlocke, where I had 3 Pokemon approaching the 3rd gym. The good news is, though, I am in a better position than I was in that. When I went and faced Berg, I don't know if I can shine the badges in this game, honestly. Retaliate. I know you can do it in, Sinnoh. I don't know if you can do it in this game. Dusk, you come too after I killed most of your Pokemon. I'm sure you're going to be very effective in this fight. And let me go take those berries off of them, because I might need them in the future. So only Hayola and Hamilton are left standing. I did want to use Libra, admittedly. I mean, I've never used Nandino before. Normal types are always really good. And you saw how he took that hit. He took it like a champ. For the fact that he was, let's see, 8 levels lower than that Watchog. The fact that he, like, took a Retaliate to the face and kept standing. I mean, he took it like a champ. And now back to the drama of Team Plasma trying to steal things. To show you we're serious, we're gonna steal it right before your very eyes. I'm like, the fact that you're trying to... The fact that, yeah, I will in a few minutes. The fact that he, it's like, oh yeah, we're serious about stealing Plasma! Throw down the smoke bombs. Yeah, I know, we're going. Let me go deposit our yeah, I'm gonna update the depth counter after I actually put them in the box. That way I don't actually miscount anyone. There's Berg. I like that he just walks in. He's like, hey, how's things going? And she's like, I'm in the middle of a robbery! I like that also, again, she's in the middle of someone who just robbed her museum and she stops to go and talk to Berg and be like, oh, this is a surprise. Are you suffering from Ars block? Oh yeah, I'm in the middle of being robbed. Might not look it, but he's Castilia City's gym leader. Looking for a change of pace, some hectic or something around here. What's up? She's like, oh, what's up? Exclamation mark. He's like, oh yeah, gangly art teacher, gay man. Yeah. You know, Wallace is definitely the gay icon, but he definitely was not as gay as he is in, like, you know, or as he was in the original Gen 3. Berg definitely has him beat in Gen 5. Like, Wallace is very gay in Oraz, but we're in the time before Oraz. Berg has him beat down pat. Berg is always gay. His appearance, his voice, making bug puns. He's a struggling artist. His, no. When Oraz comes around, Wallace then takes back the crown for King Gay gym leader, but before that, it's Berg. It's totally Berg. And someone just walked away with a zip, that's what he was. Berg was the original blueprint. I like how my friends just up like, hey, what's up? I'm like, no, nothing much. I just lost 4 of my Pokemon. Brutally. I'm walking around with 2 of my original 7 Pokemon I walked into this town with. Oh yeah, stuff got stolen. I'm next to my Pokemon's murderer and I'm gonna help her out because I'm a good person. But otherwise, yeah, people are going fine. It's fine, guys. It's okay. Let me go deposit my Pokemon in the boneyard. Now I'll update my death counter. Here we are! Gym 2! 5 Pokemon dead. Gosh, why is the early game of Black and White so hard? Jeez. Honestly, all the deaths I could live with. It's Boof that really broke my heart. I really wanted him to survive. I really wanted him to get farther. Like, I liked Matcha, but he evolves by stone. I knew it was very reasonable he was going to die before he got a chance to evolve. I didn't really like Angelica anyway. But Boof broke my heart. And Libra, at least, he did die an honorable death. He gave his life, growling for all he was worth, so that Hamilton didn't die, because he's the one I really need in order to pass the second gym. Alright. So, I'm going to go... And the one thing I'm going to do before we finish up for here, because I did... Oh, actually, let me go change my counter here first. $5. Lovely. But on the plus side, we are able to now claim Badge 2 under our belt. Look at that. Look at my team. 2 Pokemon. 2 Pokemon. I'll be fine for the next gym, probably, because they're both effective against bug type. That was the biggest thing that screwed me when I did this playthrough in White, was that I had 3 Pokemon, and only 2 of which were weak to bug, and 1 of which was neutral. Okay, Berg, what's up? So I'm gonna go in Pinwheel Forest. I'm gonna see the last thing I'm gonna do for tonight. I'm gonna see if I can find a Venipede. If I do, then I'll be happy and be like, okay, well, maybe it's worth it, but... Man, listen to that boss music, though. Like, he's like, let me take the easy road. That's straightforward. You do the hard path. I'm just like, thanks, dude. You suck. Now I'm gonna go brutalize these kids because I am a woman who has experienced much loss today, and I will not be trifled with. I mean, plus size, I do at least have enough Pokemon for a double battle. How embarrassing would it be if I was in this battle? I'm like, I can't even double battle you because I don't have a double battle. But thankfully, I do at least have enough Pokemon to do a double battle with. I'm like going to these twins and being like, let me fill you with pain and rage like I am. You know? Let me end your dreams early before you get older and realize that, you know, life is dangerous. Yeah, I'm making kids cry, but, you know, it's better they learn it now than later, right? I'm just beating up this guy because I'm literally just trying to get to the grass over there to see what I can get for an encounter. It'd be nice to get a Sandile. Sandiles are in the desert. I hope I can get Sandile. I like Crocodile. And we're moving on. I'm not a kid on an ego trip. I'm a kid fueled with rage. Like, you don't know overgrown man in a samurai outfit. The depths I'm going through right now. Okay, fingers crossed for a Venipede. I'll live with a Swaddle, though, if I could get a Swaddle. But, alright, let's see what we get. Okay, I can live with a Cottony. Cottony is a good defensive grass type. I can live with a Cottony. I don't think I have anything that's special for Forest, so we'll just go with Heal Ball. Alright, I would have really liked a Venipede, but Cottony's fine. It's a decent grass type. What should we name her? The first one of our recovery team. She's a girl. And I just went through a major loss, so I think we need to have something hopeful. The start of a new era sort of vibes. What can we name her? I need something that's like, you know, profound. Let me see if there's like a word for like come back in another language. Let's see what we got here. Some biblical names, regular names. I feel something like Hope would be just too on the nose. What else we got here? See, who would we relate this to? What would be a good 9th hour, sort of 11th hour name? Or even just something that's kind of uplifting. It is a Pokemon that travels along the wind, so maybe a wind-based name? What might be a good wind-based name, I wonder. Let me see if there's anything that's any interesting wind-based names, because this is a Pokemon that travels in the wind. It could be something that's like uplifting. And names. And then yes, it will be confirmed that after I figure out what I'm going to name this, I'm looking through options, but after I decide, once I decide on names for this Cottonies, then I'm going to come downstairs. I'm finishing up for the evening because I also need to probably eat something. I'm looking up for, like, you know, wind-based names, and Soren comes up, and I'm like, yeah, that'd be good if it was a boy. I'd definitely name it Soren if it was a boy. This one's a girl, though. I like that they're like, yeah, because it's a pun. I'm like, yeah, real clever when they got with that one. That's actually kind of the funny thing, is I'm trying to think of any, like, wind-based characters I know of, and I'm like, all the ones that are coming to mind are men. So I'm thinking, like, a Venti. I thought of, like, Soren, I thought, like, Merrick, and, like, all the wind-based characters I know are, like, are, male, so I'm trying to think of, like, some of this wind-themed Hmm. Ugh. Someone in chat give me something. Or at least give me a letter to work off of. I'm trying to decide what I want to name this one. That, or you're just gonna be doomed to the rest of time, you know. Listening to this little song. Yeah, you've got some girl names that mean Overcomer: Sloan, Willow, Louise, Zelda, Louisa, Murphy, Luana, Tracy, Alexandra. Overcomer Warrior, Overcomer Warrior, Overcomer Warrior. Yeah, let's go with Zelda. That's a fun one. Everyone makes you think about. See what she's got. Yeah, that's not bad. Oh, you got Prankster. That's nice. Actually, a very good ability. Let's give you that big root we just found. I just want to get out of this patch of grass before I quit for the night so that when I come back into this, I'm not in the middle of a patch of grass. Save right there. So let's see a good place to do it. Alright, so... Gym Badges 2, Pokedex 3, Team 3. There we go. Oh no, my webcam wasn't showing up. Anyway, this is my Alright. So, gotta clean up just for right now. So, alright, that went away. Not the way I was hoping it was going to go, but, clearly, even though years and years have passed, I've not necessarily grown any more skilled, as a person playing Pokemon. Now I have all these things in here. I have the Musharnas and the Munna and the Swoobat in here, and now they're just taunting me. But anyway, that was a thing. We did get the second badge. We got Nacrene City down off the map, and stuff happens. It was very optimistic for most of the run. I was feeling very good about for a while, and I had a good team of Pokemon, and then all those Timber came and killed all my Psychic types, and Nora killed the rest of my team. So really, honestly, I would accept all those losses. The only ones that really, really hurt me was Boof, really. I wanted to have a Swoobat. I really, really wanted to have a Swoobat. Maybe I'll catch a wild Swoobat somewhere. I can't catch another Woobat because of Dupe's Claws, but I'm like, maybe I'll catch a Swoobat somewhere. But anyway, so that was what it is. Hope you guys enjoyed. It was good to have people to chat with. I'm glad we had a lot of viewers, the majority of the stream today. And, I will probably not, I need to take a few days to recover emotionally from this, because that was just very soul-crushing in the end, to lose so many Pokemon so fast. But, once I have got my spirits back up again, I will get back on that horse and keep going, keep playing this game. We still got a good chance going. We still got some really good Pokemon to keep going with this run, so we're not sunk yet. It's tough right now. The fight we're heading into right now is a bit difficult, but we're gonna keep going. So just to give a little bit of an update, I've been having a little bit of a rough week. I've been tired. I've had a lot of emotional stuff going on. So I don't know if there'll be another stream this week. Maybe, that's a strong maybe, Friday. But I'm not sure they'll be streaming a whole lot this week at all. If they do, I'll have it in our chat. For those chat, obviously, subscribe, and follow so you know when I'm going live. And, it might just be another crochet chat. Maybe you'll be playing something else. Like I said before, I want to go investigate some of the new content on Genshin and Star Rail, and maybe play some more Genshin Impact. Maybe we'll do that. I'm not sure yet. It's been a weird week, and it's only halfway over. So thank you for everyone who stayed by, everyone who was here, everyone who lurked, everyone who enjoyed watching my pain. I'm glad I could make my mom laugh hard enough that she had tears. So, at least something good came out of that. And anyway, so that's pretty much all I got for you guys right now. So I will, sign off and, see you, some other time. Bye.